Chapter 33-35. The abandoned person stepped onto the battleship and wanted to kill the younger generation of the spiritualized universe. Suddenly, a sharp light appeared in front of him. He quickly retreated and felt a sharp pain. He lowered his head and saw a sharp thorn penetrating his body. Blood flowed along the thorn. Two figures appeared in front of and behind him. They were two women. "You have been here for a long time," the abandoned person said in a hoarse voice. He slashed with his dagger and the two women retreated. He coughed up blood. The two women were experts of the sequence and must have been here for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get close to him so easily. They had allowed him to kill those young people so that they could sneak attack him. This made the abandoned person's heart sink. It was not because he was injured but because they did not care about that young genius. In his opinion, that man was definitely a top genius. He had reached the level of an emissary at such a young age, cultivated the sequence techniques, and had a spiritualized weapon. He was the best among his peers in the Tianyuan universe. However, the two women did not care at all. This meant that in the spiritualized universe, that man was nothing. Was the gap that big? The two women did not say a word. They attacked at the same time with broken thorns in their hands and stabbed at the abandoned person. The abandoned person fought with his dagger. The three of them were all close combat experts. They kept fighting in this small space. Blood spilled from time to time. The abandoned person had the upper hand overall. He was one step faster than the others. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to kill the two women. However, with the addition of a third person, the battle situation changed. It was a man who also held a broken thorn. His attacks were much fiercer than the two women. Up until now, the three of them had not used the sequence techniques. It was impossible that they did not cultivate the sequence techniques. The abandoned person used the sequence techniques to distance himself from the three of them. He planned to leave, but he realized that the three of them had appeared around him at the same time. The three of them followed him wherever he went. What was going on? The sequence techniques must be the sequence techniques. The abandoned person kept retreating and finally retreated to the deck of the battleship. Behind him was a huge stone door. Around him, a man and two women kept attacking him. Even with the sequence techniques, he could not escape. Further away, wood carving Su Wuwei Moon Immortal Disaster and other experts saw this. They wanted to rush to the battleship, but they all had their own opponents. There were too many sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe. The broken thorns kept stabbing into the abandoned person's body. The abandoned person's battleship with the sequence techniques, but he was still surrounded by the three of them. A small path suddenly appeared at the foot of the abandoned passerby. It came from Elder Chan. Elder Chan's ancestral world was a quiet and secluded path that could extend and shorten infinitely. He was best at saving people. The secluded path continued to shrink. The person who abandoned the path gasped for breath. He couldn't even hold onto the short knife in his hand and it fell to the ground. In the distance, the three people who had besieged him earlier did not chase after him. The man looked at the abandoned person. He didn't seem to be annoyed that the abandoned person had been saved. Instead, he had a smile on his face and a mocking look in his eyes. The passerby looked at the man's gaze and knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped out of the small path. In the distance, Boss Chan was shocked. "Abandoned person, what are you doing?" The forsaken person looked back at Elder Zen. Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly exploded. Not even his bones remained. The starry sky distorted, revealing a world of nothingness that devoured everything around it. In just an instant, the abandoned person disappeared from the universe as if he had never appeared. Elder Zen's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the three people in front of the spiritualized universe battleship. Among the three, the man was a woman. He sneered and made a throat-slitting gesture at Elder Chan. Unfortunately, he had wanted to wait for the abandoned person to be rescued before exploding his body. If the abandoned person had discovered him in advance, he would not have been the only one to die. In the distance, on the other side of the stone door, a strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Colorful lights shot into the sky and then fell without any sound. The world of nothingness was torn open and 9 mechas were swallowed, including Su Wei, Dan Zheng and Wang Jian. The person who had attacked was the man with short red hair. Just one move, he had killed 3 progenitors and 9 mechas. As there was no sound, not many people saw this scene. Only Void Master, who was closest to it, saw it clearly. His pupils shrank. Su Wui's death shocked him. He rushed toward the man with short red hair angrily. The man with short red hair was called Bao Qi. He was one of the 7 great Sang heavens of the spiritualized universe. He was a top-notch master. Void Master guided the virtual god space-time. Majestic virtual god power surged and blasted toward Bao Qi. Bao Qi was cold and arrogant. He allowed the virtual god power to come at him. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. However, colorful lights appeared and blasted toward the virtual god power. Around him, the world of nothingness exploded. The virtual god was pushed back by the force of the collision and could not help but vomit blood. Bao Qi opened his mouth and the colorful lights swept across the starry sky, crashing toward him. He took out the armored turtle. It had blocked many masters, but it turned into dust under Bao Qi's attack. The light shattered half of Void Master's body, causing him to be severely injured. Void Master coughed out blood and looked over in shock. How could he be so strong? After all, he had participated in the battle against the 3 masters and Lu Hao. He had lived for so long and had seen many masters. However, he had never been injured so easily. Bao Qi grinned and licked his lips cruelly. His mouth was torn and looked extremely bloodthirsty. Even his eyes were red. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. In this universe, you should be considered a top-notch master. However, it's not enough. It's still not enough. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. His tongue could not be seen. Only colorful lights could be seen gathering. Around him, the void was turbulent and extended into the distance. It was as if the entire universe was about to be torn apart. Void Master's pupils shrank. An extreme danger was approaching. A figure swept past Void Master and rushed toward Bao Qi. He held a golden staff and smashed it down. Bao Qi's eyes followed the figure. Finally, colorful lights spurted out and the golden staff smashed down. Boom! The stars trembled as the aftershocks swept out in all directions. Above the heavens, 2 mechas and a progenitor from a parallel spacetime were destroyed by the aftershocks. Several progenitors from the spiritualized universe died as well. The aftershocks swept through the stone door and almost overturned the spiritualized universe's battleship. Inside the battleship, many pairs of eyes looked at the battlefield. They were no longer arrogant, and their arrogance and confidence were slowly retracted. They represented the elites of the spiritualized universe's younger generation. When they had set off for the Tianyuan universe, countless voices had told them that the Tianyuan universe was very weak and could be bullied and slaughtered at will. There were no spiritual molts, no spiritualization and no sequence foundations. These were the most important forces in the spiritualized universe, but the Tianyuan universe had none. This situation excited the spiritualized universe's younger generation, and they looked down on the Tianyuan universe from the bottom of their hearts. With nothing, what could they use to resist the spiritualized universe? The stone door opened and they saw Lu Yuan being surrounded. Their disdain for the Tianyuan universe deepened. Lu Yuan had clearly known that they were about to attack, but he had only left one person behind. It seemed like this person was the strongest powerhouse in the Tianyuan universe. It was laughable to think that he could resist the spiritualized universe by himself. However, with Lu Yin's arrival, the war was heading in an unpredictable direction. Lu Yin was so young, but he dared to fight against Sang Tian. Many experts appeared in the Tianyuan universe, including the 2 Sang Tians, Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and so on. These experts were all unreachable to the spiritualized universe, but they were all blocked by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators. Both sides suffered casualties. At that moment, they no longer looked down on the Tianyuan universe. Only when they saw it with their own eyes did they realize that the Tianyuan universe was not as weak as they had thought. This battle was not a one-sided slaughter or plunder, but a life and death struggle. The abandoned ones charged into the battleship, and even though they were killed, there were also casualties within the battleship. The stench of blood caused the spiritualized universe's elites to fall silent. This battle was more difficult than they had imagined. At the very least, they had yet to see an absolute advantage even now. The Tianyuan universe is not as weak as we thought. Everyone be careful, someone said. I never thought that the 2 Sang Tians would be blocked. There's also Palace Mistress Yao, who is the strongest person below Sang Tian. There's also Lord Tianxi, who was once a top genius of an era. He's now second only to Palace Mistress Yao, but they were all blocked. Don't underestimate the Tianyuan universe. No matter how weak a universe is, it shouldn't be defeated immediately. However, I believe that this universe will not last for long. Reinforcements from our spiritualized universe will arrive soon. I heard that even Lord Xianxia might come. That's impossible. Isn't Lord Xianxia in the consciousness universe? How could he come here? Instead, someone from Royal God Mountain might come. Idiot, this is already the strongest force in the Tianyuan universe. In the face of our spiritualized universe's invasion, as long as the Tianyuan universe's people aren't stupid, they will use their strongest defense. This wave of power has already reached its peak and there are no more reinforcements. Whether Lord Xianxia comes or not, the Tianyuan universe is finished. Don't forget that Lord Primordial Origin is here. Yes, and Lord Zhou Xian. It's said that the Tianyuan universe also has people who have defected to our spiritualized universe, including those from the consciousness universe. They are all in this universe. The Tianyuan universe won't last for long. The battleship swayed and a young man sat in the corner with his right leg on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked at the starry sky. Hey, you and me, aren't you going to say something? Your ancestor is Lord Xianxia Origin. You will be able to see your ancestor soon. A purple-haired girl skipped over to the young man. She blinked her starry eyes, and there was a crafty look in the depths of her eyes. The young man called you and me ignored her. The girl pouted. What? You are so cold. To think that I specially came to find you. Hey, kitty is here too. Damn girl, I am not a cat. I will say it 10,000 times. Not a cat, not a cat, not a cat. The girl covered her ears. All right. If you are not a cat, then you are not a cat. Why are you making so much noise? The cat snorted and raised his head arrogantly. You spiritualized humans are too weak. When I fully mature, I can easily sweep through the Tianyuan universe. I don't even need Xianxia to appear. Bullsh *T. The purple-haired girl made a face and quickly ran away. The cat was furious. Sup, damn girl. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Boom. The battleship swayed again, causing a series of exclamations. You and me retracted his gaze. It was great to be able to see this war with his own eyes. Was the Tianyuan universe weak? Stupid. If it was really weak, the ancestor would have returned by now. However, it didn't matter. The more people died, the more chances he would have. He would definitely become Xianxia. Chapter 33-36. The Yuan family had 2 mulberry skies, which was enough to make them a legend. With this thought in mind, Primordial Annihilation looked at another corner. There was a blanket there and an unknown creature was trembling under the blanket. Primordial Annihilation's gaze turned solemn. No one dared to go to that corner. He believed that with the Yuan family's resources, he was one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. There were very few who could compete with him and almost all of them were geniuses with the same amount of resources. Only this person, an itinerant cultivator, had come this far. It had to be known that being the first batch to invade the Tianyuan universe with the battleship was a great honor. Apart from the progenitors on the battleship, the rest of them were here to broaden their horizons or gain some glory. When they returned, they could think of themselves as the first batch of cultivators to invade the Tianyuan universe. There would be a huge gap between them and the rest. The people here all had important figures or powerful family backgrounds behind them. Only this person had nothing, yet he had followed them. The battleship shook again. This time it was more intense. The golden light pierced through, nearly blinding a few people. Primordial Annihilation could not help but look into the cosmos. The Tianyuan universe was actually so powerful. Outside the stone door, the golden rod kept smashing down. Came from Heavenly Lord Victor. He went past Voidmaster and smashed down on Baoqi. Baoqi had the strength to heavily injure Voidmaster in one strike. No matter how strong Heavenly Lord Victor was, he was on the same level as Voidmaster. He was one of the 8 inner paths recognized by the Above Heaven sect. He was not a match for Baoqi, but his greatest advantage was that he was immortal. When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. He had allowed Desolate Ancestor to attack the Calamity Zone, and Heavenly Lord Victor had once used this move to resist the Arrow God of the Eternals. Now this cultivation technique shone with a unique brilliance against the spiritualized universe. Mulberry skies were ranked 3rd in the spiritualized universe, second only to Paramount and Imperial mulberry skies. They were one of the 7 mulberry skies, and most people in the spiritualized universe knew about them. Baoqi was one of the mulberry skies, which was why he could easily injure Void Master. Now he had been smashed dozens of times by Heavenly Lord Victor's rod. This made his fighting spirit soar. He opened his mouth and colorful beams of light shot out at Heavenly Lord Victor. Heavenly Lord Victor's body shriveled up as he clenched his golden rod. He constantly resisted Baoqi's sound attacks. It was clearly a sound attack, but there was no sound coming from the surroundings. This was a silent but magnificent battle. Baoqi cultivated the 10th sequence technique, sound. Together with his spiritualization talent, he was always successful. He was able to suppress Lord Victor Celestial, causing him to cough up blood continuously. The surface of his body recovered and shriveled up again. Golden blood flowed and dyed his entire body gold. With the support of Lord Victor Celestial and the extreme things will reverse, Baoqi's combat power became stronger and stronger. He had an aura that made it seem like he was going to get stronger even if he had to die. His eyes shone with golden light. Baoqi howled with laughter, his voice shattering the golden staff. His body was dyed with multicolored light as he grabbed at Heavenly Venerate Victor. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star raised his hand at the same time and faced Baoqi head-on. Void Master's face was ghastly pale. He could not continue fighting. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star was burning his own life force. Having personally experienced Baoqi's strength, he knew very well that he was not someone they could fight against. They were all at the level of the sequence laws, but Baoqi was at the primordial realm. Even the 6 paths of the 3 worlds who had not reached the primordial realm were not his opponent. How could Heavenly Lord Victorious Star fight against him alone? If he continued fighting, he would die. However, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not retreat. He did not take a single step back. Back then he had risked his life to kill the one true God to save the great Heavenly Venerate. He could do the same now. His skin cracked and golden blood burned the starry sky. Void Master attacked. His godly power constantly shrank, trying to form Life's thermometer. Life's thermometer was his natal virtual god. Baoqi was also a human. Once he entered Life's thermometer, he would be no different from an ordinary person. As long as the temperature increased by 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, he would definitely die. The only problem was that in order to form Life's thermometer, he had to cooperate with the sequence order. His sequence order was the sequence order. Only by combining the sequence order could he form a complete Life's thermometer. However, a powerhouse like Baoqi had long avoided getting close to him. Victorious Star, use your sequence order to attract his attention. Void Master's voice entered Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's ears. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Star could not hear anything. His entire being was covered in golden light. Other than Baoqi, he did not care about anything else. Fight, fight, fight. He had to fight even if he had to die. In the dark starry sky, colorful lights competed with the golden light. There was no sound. It was strange, magnificent, and destructive. Baoqi laughed maniacally. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. You're obviously one level lower than me, but you're fighting me with a strange technique. You're not bad. Hand over this technique and I'll spare your life. I'll let you join Grandmasters beyond. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star held Baoqi's hands tightly. When he heard Baoqi's words, his eyes widened. White bone tore his body apart and pierced Baoqi's body through his arm. The tragic scene moved everyone who saw it. This was a mutual destruction. Baoqi was injured. For many years he had not been injured, not even when he was conquering the consciousness universe. Now Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's white bone had pierced his body, tearing apart his flesh and bringing him pain. However, this pain only made Baoqi laugh maniacally. The more painful it was, the more valuable it was to live. It reminded him of the past when he competed with those mad dogs for the position of Xianxia. That was truly tragic. Colorful lights shone and tore apart Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's right hand. Baoqi kicked Heavenly Lord Victorious Star away. He turned around and attacked with a beam of light. Heavenly Lord Victorious Star's body was no longer in the state where things move in the opposite direction. His blood was no longer flowing. He had reached his limit. Not to mention resisting Baoqi, he could not even take this attack. At the critical moment, mirrors appeared. From the mirrors, a plain silver spear appeared. It was Jiaolonzhu. The plain silver spear kept piercing the colorful lights. Jialanjiluo brought Heavenly Lord Victoria's star away from his original position. Bao Qi's eyes widened. What a coward. He should die here. This is a sign of respect for him. He then opened his mouth and colorful lights blasted towards Jialanjiluo. At the same time he swept through the heavens and pulled open a curtain. A terrifying attack covered everything, including Void Master and the spiritualized universe's stone door. The battleship hurriedly retreated and the people inside were shocked. Retreat. Lord Baoqi has gone crazy. Retreat. The battleship retreated rapidly. Colorful lights were like clouds that instantly covered the entire battlefield. Just as Baoqi was about to attack the entire battlefield, black soil suddenly appeared and covered the sky. It also covered the colorful lights, causing the sky to return to its original black color. Baoqi looked into the distance. Lu Yin also looked over and met Baoqi's gaze. Baoqi's eyes were filled with madness and madness. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. He had gradually grasped the round-faced elder's methods. He did not seek to defeat the elder, he only wanted to delay him. The soil had covered the sky because it had seen that Baoqi was about to attack the entire battlefield. Attacking the battlefield? Even if that person was Xianxia, it would not be enough. Baoqi grinned fiendishly. Multicolored lights fell from the ground, bombarding the ground. In front of Lu Yin, the round-faced elder exclaimed, "You are fighting me on one side and interfering with the other Xianxia's battle on the other side. Junior, you have surprised me." The soil and colorful lights clashed in the sky, but not a single light beam fell. Only Lu Yin and Baoqi knew about this battle that covered the entire battlefield. Baoqi's smile faded. He had been blocked. His area of effect attack had been completely blocked by that person. No wonder Lu Yin could fight against the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. He was the greatest threat in the Tianyuan universe. It would not be easy to deal with that person. Although Baoqi was confident and arrogant, he recognized Lu Yin's strength. He would leave it to the old man from the Chamber of Commerce. Once he dealt with these small fries, he would take revenge for being blocked. Jialanjila's body was wrapped in bandages as he stabbed towards Baoqi with his silver spear. Baoqi admired preeminent Celestial's battle intent and disdained Jialanjila's method of attack. However, he did not underestimate him. As one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms, Jialanjila was extremely powerful. He had easily broken through Baoqi's attack. Since that was the case, Baoqi dodged the spear and waved his hand. A huge object appeared in front of him that gave off an ancient aura. Outside the stone door, the man and 2 women who had killed the abandoned person were shocked. Not good, it's a cauldron bell. Continue retreating. It was not just them. Behind the stone door, the spiritualized cultivators from the battlefield not too far away from Baoqi's group had all retreated. They had originally been very far away and did not dare to approach Baoqi's battlefield. Now they would rather take the risk of being ambushed by the Tianyuan universe's cultivators to retreat. The spiritualized cultivators retreated desperately, and the Tianyuan universe's cultivators panicked as well. They could only retreat. No one was stupid. They were both Xianxia, but Baoqi was different from the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was an expert who had passed through bitter adversity and was only a step away from the eternal realm, even though this step was extremely difficult. Baoqi, on the other hand, was in the primordial realm. He did not pass through bitter adversity not because he was afraid but because he did not want to. He enjoyed the carefree life of the world and cared about freedom the most. He revered the idea of being in control of himself. He did not want to be like the cultivators of bitter adversity. Every single person who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. Their actions and goals were all related to bitter adversity, and they were not completely controlled by themselves. This was something that Baoqi did not want. However, it was not very likely for a primordial realm expert to become Xianxia. Xianxia was basically an existence who had passed through bitter adversity. The reason why Baoqi could become Xianxia was because of the Cauldron Bell. The Cauldron Bell was one of the foundations of the 10 great sequences of the spiritualized universe. It ranked 8th, and it was condensed from 105 sound sequence cultivators. It was just too unique, specially prepared for people who practiced the sound sequence. Even if other people obtained it, they would not be able to use it to their full potential. It was one of the few foundations of the 10 that required a specific cultivation method. Although the Cauldron Bell ranked 8th, That was because it required a specific cultivation method to use it. It was just too restrictive. Once it was given to a suitable person, the power it could unleash would be unimaginable. The sound sequence ranked 10th out of the 88 cultivation methods, but it was the easiest to practice out of the top 30. It was exactly because of that 105 experts had managed to practice it. Chapter 33-37. Baoqi was a special person. He was born for sound, and on the day of his birth, everything was silent except for him. His cries shook the heavens, which was a legend. He had been taken to the sky beyond when he was young, and he specialized in the sequence of sound. His talent for this sequence of sound was extraordinarily great, surpassing anyone who had cultivated it since the ancient times. In particular, his spiritualized talent was mimicry. Combined with the sequence of sound and his own talent, he was extremely terrifying. He basically faced no difficulties in reaching the primordial realm. Even without the cauldron bell, he was still a peak expert in the primordial realm. With the cauldron bell, he directly became Xianxia. Xianxia had once said that the cauldron bell was specially created for Baoqi. Baoqi was a powerful primordial realm expert. Once he used it, even the spiritualized universe would shake. The moment Baoqi took out the cauldron bell, it meant that Xianxia was about to take action for real. The cauldron bell was not particularly large, just enough to cover a person. Baoqi stood behind the cauldron bell and grinned. Colorful light flowed from his arm into the cauldron bell. All of a sudden, the cauldron bell shone so brightly that it looked like a sharp blade piercing in all directions. The entire battlefield was shrouded in that light. Weapons, combat techniques, the void, everything was shaking. Starting from the cauldron bell, the space collapsed. Endless, majestic sequence particles soared. Jialan Jilua's eyes narrowed. Behind him, Sir Victor and Void Lord were shocked. What kind of power was this? The sequence particles were like an ocean that seemed to cover the entire sky. Even the laws of the primordial realm could not expel them as long as they did not approach them. At most, they could only protect a very small area around them. Lu Yin remained vigilant against the round-faced old man's sealed world. He looked at Baoqi again and his skin became rather numb. This was the power of a sequence foundation. If time had not been reversed by a second earlier, he would not have had such an easy time. The sealed world was so, and the cauldron bell was just as terrifying. This was the most powerful external object. Junior, do you have time to look elsewhere? The round-faced old man aimed the sealed world at Lu Yin. He waved the golden brush in his hand, constantly lighting up space. Lu Yin was already familiar with the old man's moves. He did not look at the sealed world to avoid the celestial reversal while avoiding the brush. Above their heads, the round-faced old man's divine projection was fighting against the god-sealing catalogs Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis and the others. No one dared to step into their battlefield. Haha, none of you can stop Baoqi. How can the Tianyuan universe resist the true strength of Xianxia? Baoqi is most proficient in attacking. If he makes a move, it will be enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The round-faced old man smiled. He had great confidence in Baoqi. Baoqi was different from him. He was good at control. If the enemy could see through his moves, it would be hard for him to fight. Baoqi, on the other hand, specialized in killing and destroying. His AoE attacks were especially powerful. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If the Tianyuan universe was so easily defeated, it would have been reactivated by you long ago. In the distance, Palace Master Yao frowned and looked at Baoqi. This lunatic. If it wasn't for the cauldron bell, she and Baoqi might not have been Xianxia. With the cauldron bell, Baoqi's strength was terrifying. On the other side, Chu Yi was also looking into the distance. The war was developing in an uncontrollable direction. When the spiritualized universe invaded, they knew that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect it to be so intense. In the Battle of Immemorial City, there had been more humans and Eternals, but there had not been so many peak experts. In that battle, the 3 powers and 6 Daoists, including the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, had been a level lower than Mr. Mu in primordial origin. It had been difficult for them to contend against experts of that level. Now, on this battlefield there were 2 enemies of that level. The woman in front of him was not weak either. If he had not broken through to the primordial realm, he would not have been able to stop her. The spiritualized universe had at least 20 sequence law realm experts and close to 100 progenitors. This was definitely not the full strength of the spiritualized universe. Chu Yi's face sank. It would be very difficult for the Tianyuan universe to contend against them alone. Bao Qi's sequence particle shot out from the cauldron bell and suppressed the starry sky, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate. As he slammed his palm down, absolute darkness appeared in the void around the cauldron bell. This was the world of nothingness. It directly spread out, ripping apart the curtains of the universe and spreading out in all directions silently. Zhou and the others retreated rapidly. No one was willing to touch it. They had no idea what kind of destructive power the cauldron bell and Bao Qi possessed, but the chill that came from the bottom of their hearts constantly warned them to retreat. The world of nothingness did not extend very far, and it only covered the area where Zhou and the others had been previously. Bao Qi sneered and slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell once again. This time the soundless power expanded, and the entire starry sky was like a collapsing abyss. Only Bao Qi's position had a point of support. Everything else was collapsing. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, all the cultivators retreated and distanced themselves from the battlefield. Bao Qi laughed maniacally as his gaze swept past Zhou and then back to Lu Yin. He slammed his palm down and the soundless power continued to expand. Some people could not retreat in time and were directly torn apart by this soundless power, vanishing into the world of nothingness. People from both the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe died without being able to put up any resistance. Many people from the spiritualized universe secretly cursed Bao Qi for being a madman. Outside the stone door, the battleship kept retreating, afraid that it would be swallowed up. The people inside the battleship all had pale faces. They had not been forced back by the Tianyuan universe, but they had been forced back by the madman Bao Qi. This madman. There was nothing in the world of nothingness. There was only endless darkness and the starry sky had collapsed. When Bao Qi slammed his palm down on the cauldron bell for the fourth time, a rainbow shot out from his body that connected the heavens and the earth. Bao Qi was stunned and he looked up. What was that? He was not the only one. Many rainbows appeared on the battlefield and they came from every single person. Regardless of whether they were cultivators from the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they all shot up into the sky. Within each rainbow there was a person walking. Crazy Director? Someone exclaimed. The person walking within the rainbow was Crazy Director Zhou Xian. These rainbows were memories, the memories of each person's mundane lives. Only Crazy Director Zhou Xian had used his mundane memories as a medium to step onto the path of cultivation. This was a path that only he could walk. He walked past one rainbow after another, unfettered by material restraints. Even the spreading world of nothingness and the collapsing universe's starry sky could not stop him. With a single step he arrived within Bao Qi's rainbow of memories. Bao Qi's gaze was wild. You're courting death. The Crazy Director was only a progenitor. Although he had walked his own path, it did not mean that he could surpass realms to fight against an absolute powerhouse like Bao Qi. Even if he walked through the mundane world as a medium, Bao Qi could still easily kill him. The Crazy Director lowered his head and looked at Bao Qi. Your path is very smooth, but there's an additional mountain. You should move away from that mountain. After he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. It was unknown what he did, but a blurry shadow appeared behind Bao Qi with a perplexed gaze. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he raised his hand to grab the Crazy Director. The Crazy Director could not dodge at all. So what if he walked through the mundane world? The absolute difference between them could not be made up for. The Crazy Director watched calmly. Death was also a kind of experience in the mundane world. He had seen through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He had crossed the existent realm into the incorporeal realm and used the incorporeal realm to break through the existent realm. The mundane world was him and he was the mundane world. Just as Bao Qi was about to grab the Crazy Director, a familiar power spread over, causing him to be shocked. He turned his head to look, but it was impossible. In the distance, a silent power was expanding and heading towards him. Bao Qi was stunned. Wasn't that his power? Zhou had used the 8-star Jialan. As long as she was within a certain range, she could borrow the power that appeared. She was borrowing Bao Qi's power, using violence to curb violence, using silence to fight silence. The silent power continued to spread towards Bao Qi, causing the spiritualized cultivators to be stunned. How could such a thing happen? Even the round-faced elder, Palace Mistress Yao, and the rest were stunned. Lu Yin took the opportunity to strike out with his palm. You still have the leisure to look elsewhere? The round-faced elder retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yin deeply. They had indeed underestimated the Tianyuan universe. Although this universe did not have a unified cultivation model and developed on its own, it had developed many strange powers that could always turn the tide of a battle at a critical moment. Lu Yin relaxed as he had not expected the crazy director to make a move. Bao Qi's power brought about too much pressure, and absolute power could not be made up for by mere tricks. Lu Yin had no way of restraining Bao Qi, but fortunately he had the crazy director and Jialanjilua. However, Jialanjilua's innate gift could only be used once within a short period of time. What would he do after that? Also, what had the crazy director done to Bao Qi? Bao Qi slapped the cauldron bell and a silent power spread out, coming into contact with the power that Jialanjilua had drawn out. It was like two absolute darkness devouring and wearing each other down. The crazy director took the opportunity to flee. Although he had seen through the world of mortals, he was not seeking death. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would not have attacked Bao Qi. The difference between them was too great, and his opponents had always been progenitors who had not even reached the sequence laws. Bao Qi stared at Jialanjilua crazily. You actually have such an innate gift. Woman, you've piqued my interest. Come with me and I'll guarantee that you'll be able to join beyond heaven. Jialanjilua did not say a word. She was also thinking about what to do after this 8-star sapphire battle. The dark power continued to spread, causing the battlefield to expand as well. Far away in the frozen universe, a woman stood atop a shattered mecha. This 12th ring mecha was completely frozen and the person inside had long since died. Around it was another progenitor from the Tianyuan universe who had died. It was Venerable Yangjia, who had once held the auction for the Mirage Stones. Progenitors from the Tianyuan universe were constantly rushing to this battlefield, but the survival rate of these ordinary progenitors was not much better than the mechas. Of course, the mechas were the most miserable. They were too large, and although their attack and defense had reached the progenitor level, there were too many spiritualized universe experts. Now less than half of the mechas on the battlefield were destroyed. The woman stepped on the mecha, and in front of her, ice blades slashed in all directions, tearing apart the world of nothingness. The world of nothingness, which was originally filled with danger and horror, was now a sign of an expert attacking. The woman's name was Shui Hua, and she was an elder of the Jade Water Palace in Beyond Heaven. The palace master was the #1 person under Sang Tian Jade. For Shui Hua to be able to become an elder of the Jade Water Palace, her strength was ranked among the top in Beyond Heaven. Another mecha was shattered, and the ice spirit directly pierced through it. This mecha was only a 10th ring and could not withstand Shui Hua's attack. At this moment, the biting cold blade slashed down from above. Shui Hua looked up. Above her head, an extremely cold air formed a dome. No matter how the blade slashed down, it was unharmed. The coldness spread along the blade. The person who attacked was Leng Qing. The moment the blade came into contact with the coldness, she subconsciously let go. Any later and it would have been frozen. This woman had an extremely powerful ice cultivation technique. Chapter 33-38. Shui Hua was disdainful of Leng Qing. A mere ancestor who had not even comprehended the sequence laws was not qualified to fight her. She could easily kill him. Cold air spread out in the void, freezing the surroundings and turning the corner white. Leng Qing used Sky Knife Realm. Countless blades extended from bottom to top, reaching Shui Hua's feet. In Leng Qing's ancestral world, one had to walk past the blades. Shui Hua frowned when she saw the endless long blades slashing toward her. He had some power. There were not many spiritualized universe ancestors who could bring her a chill, but that was all there was to it. Sequence particles appeared, causing Sky Knife Realm to crumble. Leng Qing raised his hand and a blade formed. He slashed at Shui Hua as if he was going to die. Shui Hua snorted and sequence particles flew toward Leng Qing. They condensed and formed a human figure. It was Palace Master Jade. Shui Hua cultivated the same sequence technique as the round-faced elder. It was God Reflection ranked 8th. God Reflection used imagination to attack. Could use sequence particles to form an imaginary being. If there were enough sequence particles, it could even unleash the power of that being. Imagination was like deceiving the universe, making the universe believe that the being imagined was real. The Grim Reaper imagined by the round-faced elder did not exist, but he could use the power of imagination to attack. The person Shui Hua imagined was Palace Master Jade. Palace Master Jade was real. Shui Hua had followed Palace Master Jade for many years. The more she understood Palace Master Jade, the more power she could unleash in her imagination. God Reflection Palace Master Jade appeared. She opened her hand and a water droplet appeared. She waved her hand and a green sword light slashed at Leng Qing. Leng Qing slashed out and his body froze. The green sword light pierced through his forehead and his body fell down slowly. This was war. This was a battlefield. No one knew who would live and who would die. Leng Qing's body fell and floated in the sky. Shui Hua retracted her gaze and was about to leave when she turned around. There was still someone there. There were so many people in the Tianyuan universe who were courting death. Elder Chan looked at Leng Qing's floating body with a complicated expression. They had known each other for many years. One of them was responsible for the above heaven sect's affairs, while the other helped the Path Master. They got along well. Who would have thought that Leng Qing would die in the blink of an eye? You want to fight me without even comprehending the sequence laws. Although you people from the Tianyuan universe are weak, your spirits are not bad, Shui Hua said coldly. Elder Chan looked at Shui. Thank you for the compliment. Your spirits can drag you to death. Shui Hua was disdainful. You're even weaker than that person just now. Leng Qing was one of the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates of the above heaven sect. In the previous era of the above heaven sect, he was recognized as a peerless half-martial ancestor. After breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm, he had a chance of comprehending the sequence laws as long as he was given time. Elder Chan was an expert of the current era, and he had continued the Daoist sect's era. Most of his strength actually came from the 3 young ancestral qi. Now that he had broken through to the ancestral realm, the entire ancestral realm had been created for Lu Yin's sake. In terms of killing power, Elder Chan, who did not use the 3 young ancestral qi, could not compare to Leng Qing. This was especially true for Leng Qing's indomitable spirit. Behind the water painting, Palace Master Yao appeared with her palm facing down, and water droplets appeared. 3 young ancestral qi appeared around Elder Zen as 1,000 calamities blasted towards the water painting. This was Shui Wuqing's spiritual force battle technique. At the same time, Elder Hui and Lu Tianyi both made their moves. One used Xidagarba needles while the other used a sourcebox array. Elder Zen himself dodged in another direction. Shui Hua's gaze turned cold. You have a lot of tricks. She ignored Shui Wuqing's spiritual force battle technique, as it could not harm her at all. The green sword flashed past and pierced through Elder Hui. 2 of the 3 young ancestral qi were instantly destroyed. The difference between them was too great. One was a progenitor while the other was a sequence law expert. In particular, Palace Master Yao's spiritual force battle technique was not something that Elder Chan could withstand even if she only used a portion of her invincible aqua blade. The final 3 young ancestral qi projection Lu Tianyi pointed at the water painting. Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood as Lu Tianyi commanded the water painting to turn serious. It was a very powerful attack, but unfortunately it was still useless. The green sword flashed past and the projection of Lu Tianyi was torn apart. A quiet path appeared beneath Elder Chan's feet, and he stepped onto it as he struck out at Shui Hua's head. Beside the water painting, a bone-chilling cold instantly froze Elder Chan. The soft, boneless palm pressed down, shattering the ice. Elder Chan barely managed to dodge, but one of his arms was shattered. Blood splattered everywhere along with the cold. At that moment the green sword flashed again. Elder Chan stood where he was, and the 3 young ancestral qi projection Lu Tianyi appeared beside him again. He stepped forward and pointed at Shui Hua. The green sword flashed past Lu Tianyi and slashed at Elder Chan. It swept past his neck, bringing with it a smear of blood. Elder Chan's pupils dilated as he stared at Shui Hua. Shui Hua raised her hand and froze the ice. Suddenly her expression changed as she turned back. Sequence law? A finger descended and pierced through Shui Hua's neck. It was exactly where Elder Chan had been slashed by the green sword. Shui Hua was in disbelief. How could this be? How could there be another person here that had appeared out of nowhere? Behind her, the first projection Lu Tianyi disappeared. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. He had succeeded. In terms of strength, how could he have killed Shui Hua? The only possibility was the sequence particle. The sequence particle extracted from the Transdimensional Research Center appeared randomly. Before the battle, the sequence particle he had obtained was very strange. It was a kind of inverted power. It could invert a person's vision, objects, and order. The projection of Lu Tianyi had a sequence of attacks from far to near. However, this sequence had been reversed by Elder Chan. It could also be seen as reversing the traces of Lu Tianyi's attacks. The Lu Tianyi that Shui Hua saw was only the traces of his attacks. The real Lu Tianyi had yet to make a move. It was the Lu Tianyi who had pierced through the water painting with a finger. That was the real Lu Tianyi. For this, Elder Chan had used his life as bait to prevent Shui Hua from detecting the sequence particle. He had been waiting for that moment. To close the huge gap was not something that could be done with brute force. Leng Qing had attacked forcefully and was killed before she could even get close to Shui Hua. As for Elder Chan, he had used the Lu Tianyi projection to pierce through Shui Hua's neck. Shui Hua clutched her neck. Lu Tianyi had disappeared and Elder Chan had collapsed. Her sequence particle was also dissipating. How could this be? He was just an ant. Blood dyed her body red. Shui Hua knelt on one knee and stared at Elder Chan's corpse. An ant, an ant. Yet he had caused her a fatal injury. He could not accept this. How could this be? She would not die. This injury was not enough to kill her. She immediately got up and walked towards the stone door. She wanted to return to the battleship. Suddenly, the surface of her body shattered. She did not know when the sequence particle had descended and shattered her body. In the distance, Lu Tianyi retracted his gaze. The woman was dead, but Elder Chan and Leng Qing could not be revived. This war was crueler than the Battle of Disaster Region and the Battle of Immemorial City. It had not been long since the war began, but people he knew were dying one after another. If he had not sensed his own power, he would not have seen Elder Chan's battlefield. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were too many people who had died silently. Would he die on this battlefield? Looking around, he was surrounded by two spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses. Lu Tianyi's strength was so strong that even these spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses were wary. Lu Tianyi sensed his own power and made a move. On the other side, Palace Master Yao also sensed that Shui Hua had used her green water harmless sword. However, she was too far away. Even if she saw Lu Tianyi attacking Shui Hua, she could not do anything. Behind them, a few colossal beings were fighting. Some were from the spiritualized universe, while others were from the Tianyuan universe. Spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses could choose to take any form during their spiritual molting as long as they were willing. Although most of them chose to take on the form of humans, some chose to take on the form of giant astral beast. Among the spiritualized universe sequence rule powerhouses who were on the expedition to the Tianyuan universe, there were a few sequence rule powerhouses who appeared in the form of giant astral beast. The ones dealing with these giant astral beasts were naturally Su Wang, Li Shou and the others. Even Xin Ying and Zhu Meng had appeared. The battle between a bunch of colossal beings was shocking. Looking at the battlefield, everyone was most concerned about the battle between Bao Qi and Jialan Zhila. The battle between the two dark forces gradually disappeared. Bao Qi laughed malevolently. He slammed his palm on the cauldron bell. A silent power spread out again. On the opposite side, Jialan Zhilua gritted his teeth. 8-star Jialan could only be used after some time. This was troublesome. Just as they were about to fight to the death with Bao Qi suddenly froze in place. His gaze was perplexed as if he had been stunned. On the opposite side, Jialan Zhilua and the others exchanged glances. They did not know what had happened. Only the crazy headmaster heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. It was worth it to fight to the death. He hoped that this was a blessing and not a disaster. The headmaster's palm strike against Bao Qi was a mortal heart refinement. His goal was not to harm Bao Qi, but to help him enter the bitter adversity realm. The so-called bitter adversity was something that outsiders could not describe. It was neither an external enemy nor an inner demon. Rather, it was a kind of self-preservation and breakthrough. The Grand Empyrean's bitter adversity was to defeat the only true God. For this he would not hesitate to pay a huge price. The Star Toad's bitter adversity was a reward that he had collected. It was a business. For this he was willing to be threatened by Lu Yin to deal with Tianfa. Everyone's bitter adversity was different. Bitter adversity could be seen as the most stubborn side of a person's heart, but it could also be seen as the craziest side. Only by passing through bitter adversity could one reach the eternal realm. Even if one wanted to restart the universe, they had to be in the bitter adversity realm. Everyone who passed through bitter adversity was a madman. However, Bao Qi did not pass through bitter adversity. He had his own plans. Once he passed through bitter adversity, his thoughts and actions would change. Even he did not know what he would become. Looking at the entire battlefield, there was no one who could defeat Bao Qi, including Lu Yin. At most they could fight Bao Qi, but they could not defeat him. The crazy headmaster had seen through this and used the mortal heart refinement to push Bao Qi onto the path of bitter adversity. At this moment, Bao Qi had officially stepped into bitter adversity. No one knew what Bao Qi would do to pass through bitter adversity. Perhaps it would be the same as before, or perhaps it would be different. Perhaps he would be like everyone else, needing to restart the universe in order to reach the eternal realm. Or perhaps he could really pass through bitter adversity. This was the crazy headmaster's worry, but it was also the only solution at the moment. Cutting off other people's thoughts would allow one to achieve one's own desires. It was a helpless action. In the distance, the battle between Chu Yi and Palace Mistress Yao was filled with treachery. One used the Tao of Tianyi to avoid danger, while the other specialized in killing. Although the area of effect was small, even a powerhouse like Tianxi did not want to get close. Tianxi himself could not escape either. Su Wangtian and Hongyan Mavis joined forces to attack him. Chapter 33-39. Further away, Dizun was besieged by 3 spiritualized universes sequence law experts. In the end, it could not hold on any longer and cracked. No matter how hard Dizun was, there would always be a limit and a flaw. The war at the border of the universe was so intense that everyone focused on it and neglected Immemorial Ancient City. The spiritualized universe's ultimate goal was Immemorial Ancient City. They wanted the sequence of strings to collapse and all the parallel universes to collapse. This was their plan. The spiritualized universe started a war with the Heaven's Origin universe from the very beginning. The war was extremely tragic because they wanted the Heaven's Origin universe to concentrate all their power on the stone door. The spiritualized universe sent an expert to Immemorial Ancient City. It was also one of the Mulberry Sky, a figure wrapped in a black robe. Beneath Immemorial Ancient City, Ancestor sat cross-legged with the sequence of strings in his hand. He was rather troubled. There was no one who could help him. Even after his body recovered, he had to stay here to suppress the sequence of strings. Thinking back to the time when Above Heaven was first established, the little fellows from the 3 realms and 6 paths followed behind him. Tai Hong would come over from time to give orders. Occasionally he would see giant beasts flying through space and bullying humans in groups. He would take action and teach those giant beasts a lesson. How beautiful and pure that era was. As Above Heaven grew stronger, the giant beasts did not dare to act recklessly. They were even enslaved by humans. Many parallel universes came to find them and thousands of races came to pay homage. The legend of Above Heaven was left in the Heaven's Origin universe. Thinking back to that time, it was really beautiful. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Above Heaven was still Above Heaven. Although the little fellows from Wuda tried their best to destroy the parallel universes without intelligence, they still could not stop the sequence of strings from increasing. He could only stay under Immemorial Ancient City to suppress it. Fortunately, they came to visit him from time to time. Just wait. When Wuda and the others broke through to the primordial realm and even past the bitter adversity, they could replace him. He could also go out and explore. Tai Hong, that woman, was so arrogant. When he broke through to the eternal realm, he would see if she still had the face to be arrogant. Right, he had to be careful of the star toad. Although that little thing's strength was not high, it was still passing the bitter adversity. It was very sinister. If it succeeded, it might become the first eternal realm powerhouse. By then he would not be its opponent. He looked up and took a deep breath. Master. Someone came. Ancestor looked over and smiled. De Chong, why are you here? My cultivation, I have reached a bottleneck. Master, I can't go. Is it wrong for me to walk my own path? The ancestor shook his head. You're still so stubborn. That's right. What was wrong? Are humans not a member of the universe? Humans are humans. Humans can rely on cultivation to create worlds. For ordinary people, a planet is their world. But for us, can this universe really trap us? If we rely on the universe to reach a higher level and transcend the universe, then what is the universe? If we really entrust everything to the universe, how can we go higher? Master, I don't understand. The ancestral ancestor sighed. Although you haven't even reached the primordial realm, I can see your future suffering. Child, there's no absolute right or wrong in this universe. It all depends on what you think. Tai Hong is even more stubborn than you. She's always wanted to surpass me and become the first person to overcome the suffering, but she hasn't even found her own suffering yet. Master, I still don't understand. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. De Chong, Master really wants to explain it to you. Master misses you. With that, the universe shattered. The ancestral ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Thank you for letting me see De Chong again. Your ability to enter dreams is really powerful. Xianxia, you must be one of them. Outside Primeval City, a black-robed figure was surprised. You actually broke through my nightmare? You're even more powerful than I imagined. Underground, the ancestral ancestor shook his head. Old Mu, send him off. The sound of a flute rang out and the black-robed figure directly vanished. Mr. Mu walked out. He left after a single strike without any hesitation. He's more like a killer. It looks like the spiritualized universe doesn't have much of an advantage on the border battlefield. Go ahead. I can deal with this, said the ancestral ancestor. Mr. Mu glanced at him and nodded before vanishing into thin air. The people on the battleship outside the stone gate did not look at anything else. They only stared at Bao Qi. They were afraid that Bao Qi would go crazy. They couldn't imagine how terrifying a crazy Xianxia was. The battleship had already retreated time and time again. It could not retreat any further. On the deck, the man and two women who had killed the abandoned person also stared at Bao Qi cautiously. Suddenly, the three of them looked to the left. Sequence particles covered the battleship and swept past it. A fear that came from the depths of their hearts spread. No one was an exception. This was a sequence rule that came from Second Life Second Bone. 3 styles of leaving bone. White Bone leaped onto the battleship and charged toward the man and two women. The man and two women looked at each other and attacked at the same time. They had joined forces to kill the abandoned person. There were still people from the Tianyuan universe who dared to board the battleship. The 3 of them were known as the 3 assassins in the spiritualized universe. They attacked as one. Second Bone and the others were known as Second Life. The 5 of them worked together and traversed parallel space-time. The 3 assassins against the Second Life. No matter how one looked at it, they began a massacre on the battleship's deck. Broken Stinger Combo, Big Dipper, Strange Crow, Spiritualized Weapon, Assimilation of the Body, Sequence Arts, 3 styles of leaving bone and Community of Fate. Blood flowed on the deck. Second Gang fell to the ground, his body almost shattered. Second Meng had lost half of her body. On the other side, one of the 3 assassins was permanently down, while the other was clearly heavily injured. Her hair was dyed red. There was no nonsense. There was only slaughter. Neither side was good at talking. The massacre on the deck attracted the attention of all the elite geniuses on the battleship. They all looked nervous. They had thought that the invasion would be easy to resolve. When they set out, everyone thought that they would reap great rewards and record it in the history of the spiritualized universe. They never thought that things would turn out like this. From the looks of it, the 3 assassins were finished. They couldn't stop the enemy. In the end, the last of the 3 assassins fell. It was the man. The man was bathed in blood and collapsed on the deck. Before he died, he took Second Bone with him. Second Life was extremely strong. He had paid the price of 2 lives to kill the 3 assassins. However, they hadn't truly died. Following Second Purple's Community of Fate, Second Gang and Second Bone were revived. This scene made the hearts of the people on the battleship sink to the bottom. There was such a thing. They could be revived even after death? This scene refreshed their worldview. The path of the spiritualized universe was too smooth and clear. From the moment a person was born, what was suitable for them to cultivate, what they would achieve in the end, and what kind of strength they would have. Other than the change at the moment of spiritualization, there were no other changes, even though it brought about a strong and prosperous life to the entire spiritualized universe. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The power system had also erased their creativity. Now they had seen the various wonders of Second Life, the giant mecha from the Tianyuan universe and Lu Yin's various powers. They had personally witnessed the birth of a new world. But now they had to face Second Life. Lu Yin had purposely allowed Second Life to attack the battleship at the most opportune moment. His goal was to wipe out the spiritualized universe's younger generation and make these people hesitate. He hadn't expected Abandoned Path to attack first and die in the end. Abandoned Path had not died in vain, as Second Life had seen the three assassins' abilities. Second Life had chosen to attack when the battleship had retreated the furthest because of Bao Qi, which was indeed the most opportune moment. With the three assassins dead, Second Life did not hesitate to attack the battleship. He had thought that he would be able to easily enter the cabin like Abandoned Path had, but he had not expected to be blocked by an umbrella. Inside the cabin, the spiritualized universe's elites sighed in relief. It's the 10th-ranked Sky Devourer parasol. I didn't expect it to be here. No wonder Xianxia only sent 3 assassins to guard this place. It's because of the Sky Devourer parasol. These people definitely won't be able to break in. How did that person manage to break in? There must be an opportunity for the Sky Devourer parasol to appear. From the looks of it, that opportunity is the death of the 3 assassins. The 3 assassins were the first line of defense for the battleship. When they died, the second line of defense would be activated, which was the Sky Devourer parasol. Against the Sky Devourer parasol, Second Life attacked with all his might, but he discovered that all his power had flowed into the sea and disappeared. In the distance, Lu Yin frowned when he saw this scene. Across from him, the round-faced elder sneered. If you can think of it, then how can my spiritualized universe not think of it? When faced with an absolute difference in strength, the only way to reverse the situation is to make us not dare to attack. Junior, I admit that I underestimated your Tianyuan universe, but you underestimated us as well. Lu Yin looked at the round-faced elder. Even though you believe that there is an absolute difference in strength, you still use the sequence as a base to protect yourself. It's no wonder that your spiritualized universe has been able to develop until now. How about it? I'll give you one more chance. Join my spiritualized universe and enter beyond heaven. I guarantee that you will be the next Xianxia. My spiritualized universe has recruited more than one powerhouse from another universe. We don't need you. Lu Yin mocked. Has Black-White Godless entered beyond heaven? Naturally. But they were thrown out of the spiritualized universe by you. Since they joined my spiritualized universe, they naturally had to contribute. We killed our way here as well, let alone them. You had no other choice, but they were abandoned by you. Looks like you are determined to become enemies with my spiritualized universe. Do you know that we are only the first batch? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin was not surprised. If the spiritualized universe only had this much strength, then where did they get the confidence to deal with the consciousness universe, the Tianyuan universe, the 7 great Xianxians, and above them were Xianxia, Wuxia, and beyond heaven? Beyond heaven had gathered the entire spiritualized universe's powerhouses, as well as some of the sequence bases that had yet to succeed. If your Tianyuan universe can't stop us, then you will still be defeated. If you can, then when the second batch of powerhouses arrives, you will also be defeated. The round-faced elder's golden brush forced Lu Yin back, and he retreated towards the stone door. Along the way, Bao Qi remained standing calmly, staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. End of chapter. Chapter 3340. Lu Yin immediately ordered Second Life to leave the battleship. He had miscalculated, as the battleship's defenses had exceeded his expectations. Even so, he could not let Second Life die for nothing. They definitely would not be able to withstand a single attack from the round-faced elder. Given the elder's speed, Second Life would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Lu Yin was facing the sealed world, and if he forcefully attacked, he would fall into the elder's trap and be turned upside down. The round-faced elder smirked. It all depended on Lu Yin's choice. If Lu Yin did not attack, he would kill Second Life, but if he did, he would be in trouble. Lu Yin attacked, and the round-faced elder's lips curled up. Junior, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. The sealed world was not limited to just this. He only needed one chance to heavily injure Lu Yin and eliminate the greatest threat to the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin attacked, but not the round-faced elder. Instead, he attacked Bao Qi. Bao Qi was still immersed in his bitter adversity. Passing bitter adversity was not a transformation of one's realm, but rather a change in one's self-awareness and one's future. At this moment, he was immersed in bitter adversity, which meant that the spiritualized universe had lost a powerhouse. Of course, Jialan Zhilua and the others did not dare attack Bao Qi. Passing bitter adversity did not mean that one's strength would decrease. On the contrary, it might even increase one's strength. Lu Yin had no other choice. Only by attacking Bao Qi would he be able to resolve the crisis brought about by the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder had dug a hole for Lu Yin and was waiting for him to jump in. Lu Yin would then push Bao Qi into the hole, and it would depend on whether the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe could afford to lose Bao Qi. Lu Yin struck out a palm at Bao Qi. He had the strength of a peak life form, and if Bao Qi could not resist this attack, he would definitely be heavily injured. The round-faced elder had not expected Lu Yin to attack Bao Qi, and he did not hesitate to block the attack. Although there was competition between Xianxia and Xianxia, he could not allow Bao Qi to be killed by Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Xianxia. He could not guarantee that Lu Yin would be able to kill Bao Qi. Lu Yin's strength was too terrifying. Wherever the golden brush pointed, a golden ray of light streaked across the sky and blocked Bao Qi's path. Lu Yin's palm struck the golden ray of light, causing the void not far from Bao Qi and causing the bell to vibrate. Second Life and the others took this opportunity to distance themselves from the battleship. When the cauldron bell vibrated, Bao Qi's eyes moved. He looked up at Lu Yin, who had struck him with a palm, and then turned to leave. Wu Yin's. The round-faced old man was also taken aback. Including Zhou Xian and the others, they all looked at Bao Qi. What happened to the crazy man? In the face of Lu Yin's attack, even a progenitor would fight back, let alone Sang Tian. Lu Yin was clearly using Sang Tian's life to attract the round-faced old man's attention. Bao Qi endured it and walked towards the stone door. It was strange and quiet, causing the surrounding battlefield to become silent. No one had expected that Bao Qi, who had suddenly crossed bitter adversity, would be like this. Quite a few people looked at the crazy dean. He was clearly just a progenitor, yet he had made a miraculous contribution. Regardless of what happened to Bao Qi, at least for now, the spiritualized universe had lost an absolute expert. The round-faced old man shouted, "Bao Qi, attack!" Bao Qi ignored him and turned around to enter the battleship. The round-faced old man had a strange expression on his face. What exactly was this fellow's bitter adversity? Everyone's bitter adversity was different. It depended on one's own experiences, thoughts, cultivation path, and so on. It might be strange or tragic, but the round-faced old man's bitter adversity was an ambition that he had set since he was young. This ambition had accompanied him for his entire life, and when he had become Sang Tian, he had already achieved this ambition. However, because of this ambition, it had become his bitter adversity that he could not speak of. Then what about Bao Qi? What was his bitter adversity? No one would tell others what their bitter adversity was, and the round-faced old man only knew that he could not rely on Bao Qi in this battle. He could only head towards the battleship, as it would be futile to continue fighting. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Bao Qi had fallen into bitter adversity. If Bao Qi did not intend to act, then the spiritualized universe would lose an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin would not hold back, and he would gain the upper hand in this battle no matter what. When he thought of this, a small boat of flowing light appeared around Lu Yin. He waved his hand and the river of time appeared. The river of time surged forward, and everyone in the spiritualized universe who saw this scene was stunned. Is that the river of time? Impossible. How could the river of time appear? Even Sang Tian could not draw it out. The appearance of the river of time completely shocked all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe. The round-faced old man's pupils shrank. The river of time. The Mirage domain was indeed in the Tianyuan universe. How hateful. The Mirage domain had actually been fixed in the Tianyuan universe. Why had the origin not appeared yet? Why hadn't they told them that this person could draw out the river of time? This was no ordinary power, as it touched upon the spiritualized universe's cultivation blind spot. If they had not lost their Mirage domain, how could they not have been able to draw out the river of time? How could they not have the sequence technique of the time domain? Although he could see through time and cause Lu Yin's parallel time to fail, that was because he had relied on his cultivation to forcefully break through the time domain. Without the river of time, the spiritualized universe had very little cultivation in the time domain. They did not have anything like crossing the river of time or fishing in it. This included the fact that they did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. This was something that the spiritualized universe lacked. The primogenite, Mr. Mu, and the others had fixed their Mirage domain, which had attracted murderous intent and made the Tianyuan universe the target of everyone. It was extremely risky, but this action alone had greatly reduced the gap between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. If the Tianyuan universe did not have a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, how could Lu Yin have reached his current cultivation? If the Tianyuan universe did not have a mirage domain like the spiritualized universe and was lacking in the time domain, then the gap between the two would be extremely exaggerated. Just as the spiritualized universe had guessed, once they invaded there would be a massacre. The Tianyuan universe would not be able to withstand the spiritualized universe. The mirage domain did not have the concept of time and could be used for cultivation. It also contained the river of time, which could cause a different flow of time to appear in the universe. It also contained an indescribable forbidden land of karma, as well as mysteries that even eternal life realms could not see through. However, the mirage domain's appearance also brought with it great danger. Aside from attracting murderous intent from the spiritualized universe, the primogenitor had suffered, the above heaven sect had been destroyed, and Maiden had also been drawn out. In the end, no one knew what the mirage domain would bring to the Tianyuan universe. At least for now, Lu Yin had drawn out the river of time, which had stunned everyone from the spiritualized universe. They could only stare at the river in confusion. The small boat entered the river of time and Lu Yin stepped onto the boat. Images from the past flashed past him. After crossing the river of time, he saw the spiritualized universe's battleship. He took a step forward, and his body shuttled through the void until he appeared on the deck of the battleship. In front of him were the images of the three assassins killing Abandoned Path. Lu Yin could not change the past, so he could only appear here. The images around him constantly shuttled back and forth. Bao Qi had gone berserk, and the battleship had retreated. Second anima had attacked, and the three assassins had fallen. The Heaven Devourer parasol appeared and Bao Qi returned. When the images stopped, Lu Yin was already standing on the deck of the battleship. Behind him was the giant Heaven Devourer parasol, and in front of him was the stone door that towered into the sky. There was also a round-faced elder standing outside the door. The round-faced elder turned around and stared at the battleship in shock. Was this traversing time? In the distance, Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and the other spiritualized universe's experts were all shocked. Traversing time? This person could actually change his past. What kind of power was this? This was the power that the mirage domain had given him. Bao Qi, the round-faced elder roared. At this moment Lu Yin was on the battleship. Only Bao Qi was here and only he could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin struck the Heaven Devourer parasol with a palm, causing the battleship to sway. Inside the battleship, Bao Qi's eyes were closed and he did not move at all. The cauldron bell shook in front of him, but it did not cause any ripples from him. The spiritualized universe's geniuses were all shocked, as they could feel Lu Yin's terrifying power up close. Everyone was overturned by this power and Yuanmi crashed into the wall. He looked up, his face pale. What a monster. The purple-haired woman, the cat, and the trembling person hiding under the blanket were all overturned, and the entire battleship was almost flipped over. A jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin pointed out a finger, and a blackish-purple glow appeared on his fingertip as it collided with the jade sword. The jade sword froze in the void and then dissipated. Palace Mistress Yao's expression changed slightly. What terrifying strength. It was no wonder that this person could fight against the president. This person was definitely an expert on the same level as Sang Tian. The round-faced elder quickly rushed towards the battleship, and the sealed world sequence particles surged as they continuously enveloped the void. Lu Yin did not have the time to waste, as the distance between them wasn't great to begin with. The round-faced elder could arrive in an instant, but he had been unable to shatter the parasol and battleship. He could tell that this parasol was also a sequence foundation. The spiritualized universe had actually brought 4 sequence foundations to invade the Tianyuan universe. Since they were sequence foundations, Lu Yin pressed both hands against the Heaven Devourer parasol and released the starry sky from his heart. The Sky Palace's power circulated, and with a loud roar, the entire battleship shook once more. The enormous Heaven Devourer parasol was forcibly pulled out by Lu Yin before the eyes of the spiritualized cultivators. Stop! The round-faced elder was furious, and he hurled his golden brush at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stubbornly resisted the Heaven Devourer parasol, and the stars in his heart revolved as sequence particles spread out. This was so close, yet worlds apart, and he instantly vanished. The landscape map's sequence particles were mobilized by Lu Yin, and the starry sky at his heart also contained sequence laws. The moment Lu Yin vanished, the round-faced elder rushed over and looked at the empty battleship. The Heaven Devourer parasol was gone, and Lu Yin had snatched it away just like that. The round-faced elder immediately chased after Lu Yin, but he suddenly stopped. Black robes had appeared, and it was the spiritualized expert who had ambushed Immortal City. They were prepared and they failed. A voice came from within black robes. The round-faced elder clenched his fists and looked at Lu Yin indignantly. He then said something to Black Robes, who was astonished. That troublesome? All right. With that, Black Robes vanished. Lu Yin carried the Heaven Devourer parasol and ran away, and none of the spiritualized cultivators dared to stop him along the way. After all, he was an absolute powerhouse who had battled with Xianxia, and even Palace Mistress Yao's invincible jade blade had been unable to do anything to him. The next moment, Mr. Mu walked out from outer space and immediately saw Lu Yin carrying the Heaven Devourer parasol. He was astonished, but he did not ask any questions as he looked at the stone door. Chapter 3341. The moment Mr. Mu appeared, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators retreated. The round-faced elder stood outside the stone door and glared at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with indignation and anger. The universe finally calmed down. The battle had not lasted for long. From the moment Lu Yuan was surrounded to the moment the celestial sect arrived, it had been an encounter. However, the intensity of this encounter was no less than the final battle between Immortal City and the Eternals. Just one encounter had resulted in heavy casualties on both sides. The spiritualized universe did not want to fight anymore, and the Tianyuan universe's people were tired as well. They slowly retreated, and the two sides looked at each other across the universe. No one had expected such a situation. The spiritualized universe had thought that they could easily end the Tianyuan universe, so there had been no discussion at all from the start of the battle. The Tianyuan universe's side had not expected the spiritualized universe to suddenly stop. Lu Yin had predicted that this encounter would result in a life-and-death battle. He did not know how many people from the Tianyuan universe would die, but he wanted to kill as many people from the spiritualized universe as possible. Unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to do so. The spiritualized universe's strength had been fully displayed. If Bao Qi had not suddenly fallen into bitter calamity, Lu Yin would not have been able to snatch the Sky Devourer parasol, and he might not have survived his second life. This was a battle between universes. It was the most intense and highest-level battlefield for all living creatures. Master, how's Immortal City? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, as we expected, someone from the spiritualized universe ambushed Tai Chu. It's a dreamwalker, but it's not on the other side. Lu Yin was surprised. It's not. He looked in the direction of the stone door and saw that the spiritualized universe's experts had all gathered on the battleship. They had lost nearly half of their forces, and there was no unfamiliar expert that Mr. Mu was concerned about. Where was that expert? Outside the stone door, the round-faced elder walked out from the battleship. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw the elder appear between the battleship and the Tianyuan universe's side. You're the current master of the Tianyuan universe, right? The celestial sect's pathmaster Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out and instantly appeared in front of the round-faced elder. The two were less than 100 meters apart and there was practically no distance between them. This was a conversation between the highest-level people on both sides. You're the president of the Spiritualized Universe Chamber of Commerce, right? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, sizing up Lu Yin with a sigh of admiration. Before the battle, I didn't have the time to talk to you, but after this battle your Tianyuan universe has gained my recognition. I admit that I underestimated you. But that's all you can do. Our spiritualized universe has a supreme pinnacle. The Imperial Mulberry Sky, the 7 Great Mulberry Skies and countless experts from the Grandmasters. Cut the crap, old man, Lu Yin interrupted. The round-faced old man had a gloomy expression. How many years had it been since anyone dared to interrupt him? Even Lord Yu Sangtian was extremely polite to him. This junior, whose seniority was even lower than his disciples, actually dared to speak to him like this. Lu Yin did not care about the round-faced elder's thoughts at all. We know what you want to do. The Tian Yuan universe cannot be handed over to you. Don't even think about convincing us to join you. That's all nonsense. I'll give you 2 choices. Fight to the death. Either we die or you die. Go back and never set foot in the Tian Yuan cosmos again. The round-faced elder was amused. Junior, do you know what you're saying? I'll give you 2 choices too. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. You can either join our spiritualized universe and become a mulberry sky. This glory is something that not many people in the spiritualized universe have obtained in countless years. Or you can be tortured and imprisoned by our spiritualized universe and eventually die. You have no other choice. As for the people behind you, if they're willing, they can join us and enjoy the fortune of rebooting the Tianyuan universe. If they're not willing, then they'll die. Our spiritualized universe's strength is far greater than yours. You can't even recognize the difference in strength. You think that you can negotiate with our spiritualized universe just because you blocked our first attack? What a joke. Lu Yin was disdainful. You're the one who's negotiating with us. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you. Since that's the case, let's fight. We'll definitely destroy your group. No matter how many people from the spiritualized universe come, we'll kill them all. Lu Yin started as an ordinary person. On the battleship, many people's gazes landed on Tianxi with curiosity. Lu Yin looked young, but he could actually fight with Sang Tian and become the master of the Tianyuan universe. They did not know how he had done it. How long had he cultivated? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or even longer? Tianxi raised his head and said in a low voice, 100 years. Everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Sir Tianxi, did you just say 1,000,000 years? It's 1,000,000 years. Why does it sound like 100 years? Use your brain. How can it be 100 years? 100 years to cultivate to become a master of the universe. Are you kidding? Palace Master Yao's tone was cold. 100 years. Tianxi nodded. He looked at Lu Yin, who was confronting the president in the starry sky. There was deep fear in his eyes. 100 years. This person is a descendant of the Lu family. However, his cultivation has been destroyed. It's only been 100 years since he started cultivating again from an ordinary person. However, even if we count his status as a descendant of the Lu family, it's only a few decades longer. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Lu Yin in the distance, unable to believe it. It was really 100 years. What could he do in 100 years? The life of an ordinary person? Well, on some planets, ordinary people could live for 1,000 years or even longer. This was merely 100 years. Just 100 years. The elite geniuses on the battleship had all cultivated for decades or even 100 years. What was their strength? How on earth had this person cultivated? Lu Yin have faced more threats than you can imagine. Old man, your tricks are useless. Threats and temptations. What else can you do besides that? If even the temptation of an eternal life is useless to me, what other temptations can you find? Lu Yin's voice resounded through the universe. At that moment, his words sounded completely different to the people in the spiritualized universe. A young expert who had cultivated to the level of facing off against Sang Tian in a mere 100 years. No matter what he said, it was enough to change history. Even a sneeze would be remembered by history. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe were shocked by Lu Yin, and this was happening in the spiritualized universe. However, some people in the spiritualized universe were already aware that Tianfeng had been killed in the Battle of Yi region. Many people in the spiritualized universe had seen that scene, but they had not expected Lu Yin to transform so quickly. At that time, Lu Yin could only fight against a primordial realm expert at most. Sang Tian was not someone he could fight against. They had been in a hurry to come to the Tianyuan universe, but unfortunately they were still a step too late. Now even Sang Tian could not get rid of Lu Yin. The round-faced elder was disappointed. Although our universes are different, our comprehension of the realms is the same. Bitter adversity and eternal life are the ultimate pursuits of every cultivator. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If even these things cannot tempt you, then there really is nothing that can tempt you. However, this old man is very curious. He looked at Lu Yin. You became the master of a universe at such a young age, and you have the strength to fight against me in the bitter adversity realm. You are at the peak of the universe and there are very few who can surpass you. With such accomplishments, you should be able to look down on everything and not let any living being suppress you. You should be pursuing the ultimate eternal life, so why is it that even eternal life cannot tempt you? This old man and the others have lived for too long. Eternal life does not matter, but we want to experience the feeling of being invincible in the universe. To you, eternal life should be the greatest temptation. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the round-faced elder, and then he looked at the people in the spiritualized universe. Have you ever thought that the progenitor realm is the peak? The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. The progenitor realm is just the beginning of cultivation. Only by stepping into the progenitor realm can you have the qualifications to look up to eternal life. If you cannot even step into the progenitor realm, then you are just an ordinary cultivator. How can the progenitor be the peak? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. The progenitor realm is not the peak in your understanding, but in my understanding, the progenitor realm has been the peak for quite some time. I worked hard to cultivate and I climbed up step by step until I finally reached the progenitor realm. However, I discovered that there were still the laws, the primordial realm, bitter adversity, and eternal life above the progenitor realm. I don't know if there will be an even higher realm if I truly reach eternal life one day. If a path is endless, will you still look forward to the end of the path? The round-faced elder did not hesitate. Of course. We have already walked so far, so why not look at the end? Lu Yin said, I want to enjoy the scenery along the way. The round-faced elder could not help but laugh. This is a difference in cultivation culture. Lu Yin looked at him. This difference can never be made up for, which is why our Tianyuan universe cannot join your spiritualized universe. None of us are stupid, and if we join your spiritualized universe, we will never be able to blend in due to the difference in cultivation culture. You will never give us the chance to step into eternal life. Old man, it is foolish to pretend to be a fox in front of a group of foxes. Ha, Junior, you are very interesting. What you said is an objective factor, but from a subjective point of view, our spiritualized universe sincerely wishes to accept you. As for the reason, I will not tell you as it is meaningless. Let's talk about something more practical. The round-faced elder's expression turned cold. You just took away the Sky Devourer parasol, which is ranked 10th in our spiritualized universe's sequence. I hope that you will return it. Lu Yin looked at the round-faced elder as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think that I will return it? The round-faced elder was calm. You will. Since you care about the scenery along the way, if it is gone, will you still be able to appreciate it? What do you mean? Lu Yin frowned as he suddenly had a bad premonition. The round-faced elder calmly said, during this expedition to the Tianyuan universe, our spiritualized universe sent 3 sanctions. Aside from Baoqi and me, there is another one called Mengsang who went to Immortal City. Your master knows about it, but where is it now? Lu Yin stared at the round-faced elder, his unease growing stronger. Return the Sky Devourer parasol. Otherwise, it will destroy a part of spacetime every few minutes, a spacetime with people. The round-faced elder's words caused Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. Destroy a parallel spacetime with people? Lu Yin had never thought that such a thing would happen. Throughout the war with the Eternals had never destroyed a parallel spacetime with people. They had captured people to the Eternal Kingdom and broken the sequence's string. What they were doing was completely different from what the round-faced elder was saying. What? You don't believe me? End of chapter. Chapter 3342. The round-faced elder clasped his hands behind his back, and his eyes were extremely cold. Mengsang, it's a creature from my spiritualized universe, and it doesn't care about your Tianyuan universe. My spiritualized universe was originally here to destroy your Tianyuan universe, and it isn't human, so it won't care. If you don't believe me, you can wait. Less than half an hour has passed since we stopped fighting. Wait another half an hour and see if any parallel spacetime is destroyed. Right, it will definitely destroy the parallel spacetime that you're familiar with. Tianxia has been here for so long, so there are plenty of ways to find him. Lu Yin stared at the round-faced elder without speaking, as if trying to see through him. The round-faced elder's expression was calm, and he even had a smile on his face. No one could hear their conversation, but they could tell from their expressions. When the people from the Tianyuan universe saw the round-faced elder's smile, their expressions turned ugly. They did not know what was going on. Mr. Mu retracted his gaze from outside the stone door. He had vaguely guessed that this had something to do with Sang Tian, who had ambushed Immortal City. The spiritualized universe was a different universe. Although they were at a disadvantage in their expedition to the Tianyuan universe, As they could not replenish their powerhouses in time, they also had an advantage, which was that they did not care about the life and death of this universe. At this moment, this was the only advantage that the spiritualized universe had. Did Lu Yin dare to gamble? Of course not. It was not because he was brave but because he would definitely lose. The spiritualized universe did not care about the deaths of the Tianyuan universe's creatures. Killing was difficult for ordinary people and it was not easy for cultivators either. However, that only applied to a small number of people. If the number reached a certain level, the psychological burden would lessen. This was why some cultivators could easily destroy an entire planet and cause countless deaths, but they could not slaughter everyone with a single slash. The psychological pressure was different. Lu Yin believed that Meng Sang could definitely destroy a parallel spacetime, as they had come here to destroy the entire Tianyuan universe. For the sake of a single sequence foundation, this matter was too easy for them. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the suppressed Sky Devourer parasol on the Tianyuan universe's side trembled. It then flew towards Lu Yin under everyone's puzzled gazes. The round-faced elder's smile deepened. He knew that Lu Yin would compromise and he had no choice but to do so. This person was still too young. The scenery along the way? What a joke. The scenery would change every time he walked, but the person himself would always be the same. This person's talent was extraordinary, reaching this level in just 100 years. This was something that no one else could do, but his weakness was equally obvious. He did not have the willpower and experience to match his current level. If it were him, he wouldn't care about those parallel universes at all. After all, there were too many of them. The value of a single sequence foundation was far beyond what those parallel universes could compare to. I'll return the sequence foundation to you. Before the outcome of our battle is decided, you are not to attack the innocent people of the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin said coldly. The round-faced old man agreed. Lu Yin grabbed the umbrella and flung it at the round-faced old man. They call you Lord Lu, so you are worthy of my respect. Lord Lu, consider it carefully. I agreed not to attack the innocent people of your Tianyuan universe not because of the sky-devouring parasol, but because of you. I sincerely hope that you can join my spiritualized universe. For this I can give you face. You should know that agreeing to your conditions is actually the most advantageous condition for my spiritualized universe in this war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he had also thought of the possibility that if the spiritualized universe were to completely disperse and massacre the people of the Tianyuan universe, then no matter how many experts he had, they would not be able to stop the spiritualized universe. Before the battle, Lu Yin had thought about many things, but he had never thought that the spiritualized universe would cross this bottom line. He planned to attack the younger generation of the spiritualized universe, as they were still cultivators and the future of the spiritualized universe. He had never thought of attacking the ordinary people of the spiritualized universe, as this was not within his considerations. However, the spiritualized universe had considered this, and this was their greatest advantage. Both sides stopped talking, and Lu Yin returned to the Tianyuan universe's side while the round-faced old man returned to the battleship. He used the sealed realm to block the stone door and prevent the Tianyuan universe from attacking. Lu Yin scattered the Tianyuan universe's experts and surrounded the area. This was to prevent the spiritualized universe's people from splitting up and also to prevent them from meeting up with the one true God. He then returned to the Above Heaven sect and sought out the ancestor of the past. The Tianyuan universe had sent out more than half of their experts to attack the spiritualized universe, but the result had been like this. Ever since they had learned of the spiritualized universe's name, the spiritualized universe had become more and more powerful in Lu Yin's eyes. They had not thought that they would have much of an advantage in a battle with the spiritualized universe, but after the battle the spiritualized universe had voluntarily stopped fighting, and Lu Yin had even snatched the sky-devouring parasol away. No matter how powerful the spiritualized universe was, as long as it was not at the level where it could easily destroy the Tianyuan universe, they could still fight. The most depressing thing was that they had clearly gained the upper hand, but they had been defeated by the spiritualized universe's disregard for life. That's right, from Lu Yin's point of view, this was a defeat. He had personally returned the sky-devouring parasol to the spiritualized universe and had even exposed his ability to traverse the river of time. Master Lu. When the ancestor of the past arrived, she did not participate in the battle. Lu Yin's back faced her as he looked at the lake. I snatched the sky-devouring parasol, but I was threatened by Sang Tian's president. The ancestor of the past was calm. What do you want, Master Lu? Aren't you surprised? It's within my expectations. There are too many ways for a person without a bottom line to threaten someone with a bottom line. Master Lu, you have considered too many things and had too many misgivings. Lu Yin mocked himself. I don't know when I became like this, but I don't regret it. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Yin's back. This is human. Lu Yin turned to look at the ancestor of the past. How can we salvage the situation? With your understanding of the spiritualized universe. The ancestor of the past was helpless. It's useless no matter how much I understand. Our strength is obvious. The war between our consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe has lasted for too many years, even longer than the war between your universe and the Eternals. This is a war between universes, and the time span is not something an ordinary person can imagine. After such a long time, even though we know a lot about the spiritualized universe, we are still unable to defeat them. Just a boulder's foundation is enough to make us helpless. Master Lu, you should know about the upper extremity and lower extremity heavens beyond, and the 10 extremities are supreme laws. Since the war between the spiritualized universe and the heavens origin universe, the greatest influence on you guys is not the upper extremity and lower extremity, as it is impossible for the supreme extremity to make a move. Xianxia is in the consciousness universe and only a few of the 7 great Xianxians came, but they were all blocked by you guys. Instead, it is heavens beyond that has the greatest influence on you guys because there are too many progenitors and sequence low realm experts. Over the past 10 years, you have been gathering resources to create progenitors, and the number of such experts in the spiritualized universe will exceed your expectations. Lu Yin was indifferent. I didn't ask you to come here to say bad things. I want a solution or a way to find a solution. Very simple, go to the spiritualized universe, ancestor, she said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at her. Go to the spiritualized universe? Ancestor, she said seriously. On the battlefield, unless you are invincible and can suppress the spiritualized universe with your own strength, you will be able to reach the heavens beyond extremity. Otherwise, you will not be able to gain any advantage on the battlefield. No matter what method you use, there will be an endless stream of experts from the spiritualized universe rushing over. The only way is to go to the spiritualized universe. With Master Lu's destructive power and turbid treasures, even the supreme extremity might not be able to do anything to you. You have done this more than once. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Won't I be recognized? Ancestor, she shook her head. This is different from what you have done before and you will definitely be recognized. You will not be able to disguise yourself because you do not belong to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe experts will be able to see through you as your aura is too obvious. Just like how the 4 protectors can see through life forms that do not belong to this universe. What I mean is to destroy to your heart's content. With your ability, you will be able to avoid the upper limit and lower limit. You will be able to break through the bottom line as a human, just like how the spiritualized universe threatens you. I know that you might not be able to do anything to ordinary people, so you will have to deal with the cultivators. Since you have stepped onto the path of cultivation, you will have to fight to the death. This is the only way for the Tianyuan universe to resist the spiritualized universe. You are not us, and our consciousness universe is different from the spiritualized universe in terms of life forms. That is why we have been able to last for so long. You are the same type of life form as them, and as long as there is a difference in strength, you will be destroyed sooner or later. Furthermore, the spiritualized universe has been plotting against you for far too long. Lu Yin sat down and stared at the lake in a daze. Ancestor, she continued. Master Lu, other than you, I can't think of anyone else in the Tianyuan universe who can avoid the upper limit and lower limit in the spiritualized universe. Don't underestimate turbid treasures, especially yours. Even the Eternal is wary of it. The Eternal strength is comparable to Xianxia's. Lu Yin was astonished. The only true God is comparable to Xianxia? Ancestor, she replied solemnly. I don't know the details, but it should be so. I can see Genesis's attitude towards the Eternal, and the Eternal is the only one who has come into contact with that grass grandmaster. I don't know what kind of existence the upper limit of the spiritualized universe is, as I have never come into contact with it. However, Xianxia is definitely not an Eternal, and the Eternal should be the person who stands at the peak below the Eternal realm. If even the Eternal is wary of your turbid treasures, Then we can at least be sure that Xianxia cannot do anything to you in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Then what about the upper limit? I can't give you an absolutely safe plan. If I could, we would have used it long ago. This is the only way you can defeat the spiritualized universe and force them to retreat. If they lose their younger generation and can't do anything to you, the spiritualized universe will have no choice but to retreat. This path will be very difficult and you will be constantly facing death. There is also the psychological pressure from killing. Master Lu, can you handle it? Ancestor, she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not answer and instead asked, how long does it take to go from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe? How do I get there? Ancestor, she pondered for a moment. It is an unexplainable path. The spiritualized universe calls it the distance of inches, which means that it can be reached in an instant. However, the distance between inches can never be reached. This distance can be very short for living things or it can be very short for the universe, but it can be very long for living things. The last time I secretly followed Xianxia and the rest to the Tianyuan universe, it took me more than 10,000 years. There were many unforeseen events along the way, and I only managed to get here after much difficulty. This time the spiritualized universe might have arrived 10,000 years earlier, or they might have a way to shorten the time. For example, that grass grandmaster. Thank you, brothers, for your support. New Year's Day is coming. Thank you for your support. Chapter 33:43. Lu Yin frowned. He did not consider going to the spiritualized universe for the time being. Even if he could go, it would be too dangerous if he could not disguise himself. When he had first learned about the Eternal's bone ships, he had dared to go to the Calamity Zone because he could disguise himself and avoid detection from the 7 sky gods. Now he could not even disguise himself. If he went, it would be an endless battle and he could not guarantee that he would return alive. He was not someone who would seek death. The ancestor of the past had said that there was no other way. She hoped that Lu Yin would go to the spiritualized universe and wreak havoc. This would not only benefit the Tianyuan universe, but also the consciousness universe. It would cause the spiritualized universe to retreat from both universes. Lu Yin had asked the ancestor of the past for her plan because he wanted to understand the spiritualized universe and not because he was really asking for her opinion. There would be a day when the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe would have a showdown. Who would be the next enemy? Wang Wen was right. Perhaps it would be the consciousness universe. This was also what the ancestor of the past had considered. They were all potential enemies. You have been in our universe for so long. How can you be sure that the consciousness universe does not exist? Perhaps your consciousness universe has already been defeated, Lu Yin suddenly said. The ancestor of the past replied, I have never considered the issue of victory or defeat. If things remain the same as in the past and we are suppressed by the spiritualized universe, then I will think of a way to use you to deal with the spiritualized universe. If we are defeated, then I will take revenge. I am alone and I have no way to investigate the situation of the consciousness universe. I can only do what I can. Are there no more creatures from your universe in our universe? Other than the black and white godless? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor of the past replied, absolutely not. I'm very sure. If there are, then they have always been in hiding and have never interfered in the battle between the humans and the Eternals. I cannot guarantee this. Lu Yin waved and dismissed the ancestor of the past. Not long after, he arrived at the cosmic sea and under the 5th pagoda. He raised his hand and wrote, Nong Yi died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today I will engrave his name so that the descendants will never forget. Forsaken, Su Wuwei, Dan Jing, Wang Jian. Ling Qing died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today I will engrave her name so that the descendants will never forget. After writing Ling Qing's name, Lu Yin's gaze turned complicated. Ling Qing was once the leader of one of the 12 heavenly gates. Ever since she had awakened, she had been loyal to him because he wielded the ancestral sword. No matter where she went, wherever the sword pointed, there was no fear of death. Lu Yin would never forget how Ling Qing had taken his place and blocked his path time and time again. She had entered the unknown universe alone in order to increase the above heavens sect's strength. She had been the first of the 12 Elysium sect's sect masters to attempt a breakthrough, and she had even gained enlightenment from watching Lu Yin's breakthrough. Ling Qing had deep feelings for him and the above heaven sect. Lu Yin also had feelings for him. They had been comrades, friends, and now this old friend was dead. Lu Yin stood at the foot of the fifth tower in a daze. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. He raised his hand and continued writing. Elder Chan died in battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe. Today I will engrave his name so that I will never forget it. Yi Futian clenched his fists. Old Chan was also dead. The old man who had once trusted Yi Futian so much, who had paved the way for Yi Futian, who had blocked powerful enemies for Yi Futian, was dead. This old man who was willing to risk his life to go through the tribulation and establish the ancestral world just to help him take care of the above heaven sect was dead. This selfless old man who had dedicated his entire life to the fifth mainland was dead. Lu Yin slowly sat down at the foot of the fifth tower. He looked up and saw the names written there. They were not cold names. They were heroes who had died in battle for the Tianyuan universe. Their smiles were still there. On that battlefield they had fought to the death without retreating. Without them, how could the spiritualized universe look up to the Tianyuan universe? Willpower and spiritual strength could surpass everything. Choose again, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the fifth tower. Can I really choose again? If he could, he also wanted to choose again. But what would the result be if he chose again? If he had to experience pain all over again, then what was the point of choosing again? Lu Yin also hoped that he could start over again. For this reason he had deliberately left the Mirage domain open. He was afraid that the Mirage domain would not be included in the opportunity to start over again. But even if he wanted to start over again, he would have to see the possibility of victory. How long would that last? He did not know. Was it really possible to start over again? He did not know either. That was just a possibility and he would not place all his hopes on it. The dead did not regret and the living fought to the death without retreating. In this war there was no victory or defeat. There was only life and death. Lu Yin stood up and bowed slowly. He lowered his head but his gaze was resolute. There will be a day when this junior will come to find you. Farewell, seniors. Farewell. At the border of the Tianyuan universe, outside the stone door on a battleship, the round-faced old man stood outside the door angrily. Baoqi, what's wrong with you? This is a war to invade the Tianyuan universe and it concerns our breakthroughs to the eternal realm. You actually stopped at such a crucial moment. If there's another war you must participate. Otherwise, don't blame me for lecturing you in front of Lord Yu Tian. A black-robed figure stood not far away. It was Meng Sang. Palace Mistress Yao and the other spiritualized universe experts also looked at Bao Qi curiously. Bao Qi had officially entered bitter adversity. Everyone wanted to know what his bitter adversity was and why he had stopped at such a crucial moment, allowing the enemy to steal the Heaven Devourer parasol. That was a sequence foundation, a supreme treasure of the spiritualized universe. The door opened and the round-faced old man walked in. Bao Qi was staring at the cauldron bell in a daze. When he saw the cauldron bell, the round-faced old man's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Everyone in the spiritualized universe liked the sequence foundation. Unfortunately, this sequence foundation was not suitable for him. The sealed world did not belong to the round-faced old man. It was only lent to him for this battle. Just like the landscape map, it did not belong to the origin and was only borrowed. Only the cauldron bell belonged to Bao Qi. Only Bao Qi could unleash the true power of the cauldron bell. Bao Qi, what is your bitter adversity? The round-faced old man asked as he stared at Bao Qi. Bao Qi retracted his gaze and looked at the round-faced old man. His previous arrogance and irritation were replaced by a gentle and refined aura. He had short red hair and a rough body. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a battle maniac. However, his temperament had changed instantly. The round-faced old man was shocked and his heart sank. President, do you know how many people I've killed on my path of cultivation? I've heard of it. This is your bitter adversity? I thought it was related to the cauldron bell. I also thought it was related to the cauldron bell. In order to continue using the cauldron bell, I didn't step into the bitter adversity. I didn't expect it to be related to killing. I regret it. I shouldn't have chosen to become a human but a beast. That way I wouldn't have any psychological burden no matter how many people I killed. You have a psychological burden? I thought I didn't, but I've been accumulating it. Then what is your bitter adversity? Bao Qi looked at the round-faced old man. No killing. The round-faced old man was puzzled. He sized Bao Qi up. No killing? Bao Qi mocked himself. Yes, it's very strange. However, this is my bitter adversity. It can't be changed and it can't be retracted. Everyone who goes through the bitter adversity is a madman. Go ask those people outside. From now on Bao-Chi won't kill. Their first reaction is that I'm crazy. Bitter adversity is a reflection of the deepest part of a person's heart. I didn't expect it to be like this. The round-faced old man was helpless. I didn't expect it either. However, are you going to tell me this? Bitter adversity was everyone's secret. Not everyone was willing to tell others about it. Bao-Chi didn't care. Why do you think I can't tell others about this bitter adversity? The round-faced old man frowned. Your bitter adversity is a good thing for our spiritualized universe. However, this is the Tianyuan universe. It's the most tragic battlefield. Your bitter adversity can't be spread. I know. That's why I don't plan on going out, Bao-Chi said. The round-faced old man was depressed. He had lost an expert. If you don't kill, just guard the battleship. Tell others that you're in seclusion to comprehend the bitter adversity. It's very likely that you'll be the first among us to pass through the bitter adversity. Bao-Chi didn't refuse. He still looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. From now on, it wouldn't have much room to display its power. The round-faced old man was very regretful. He regretted that he hadn't been able to stop that person from the Tianyuan universe from attacking Bao-Chi in time. Who would have thought that such a weak person would be able to bring Bao-Chi to the bitter adversity level? The Tianyuan universe was full of strange things. The spiritualized universe had decided to wait for reinforcements and would no longer attack the Tianyuan universe. This result wasn't good for the Tianyuan universe, as it meant that the spiritualized universe's reinforcements were already on their way. No matter how long it took to travel from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe, the next wave of reinforcements wouldn't be too far away. Either the spiritualized universe had a way to quickly reach the Tianyuan universe, or the next wave of reinforcements would arrive shortly after the president's group. The Tianyuan universe would rather have the latter. The biggest problem now was that the spiritualized universe had obtained information from Xianxia and the Eternals. They knew a lot about the Tianyuan universe, but the Tianyuan universe only had a rough understanding of the spiritualized universe. They didn't know how many powerhouses the spiritualized universe had, how many reinforcements they had, or how they were related to each other. Lu Yin met with Wang Wen in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect. Don't be too sad. We might follow in their footsteps at any time. Chess Pathmaster, perhaps one day I'll have to trouble you to write my name on the 5th tower, but I won't be your senior anymore. Hee hee. Wang Wen smiled. Lu Yin laughed. You're the military advisor of the Above Heaven sect. Wang Wen shook his head. That's too old-fashioned. I think it sounds better. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't a think tank even more old-fashioned? Chess Daoist Master, it's going to be interesting next. We're entering a new battlefield. It's different from any war in the past. The key to victory in this war might not be absolute strength, but the cultural attributes of cultivation. This is a war of civilizations. Wang Wen said something that seemed to be true but was actually false. Others might not have understood what he meant, but Lu Yin did. He kept thinking back to his conversation with the round-faced elder. The spiritualized universe had an advantage over the Tianyuan universe in terms of combat power, but they were also at a disadvantage. The fact that Bao-Chi Xianxia had been hit by the crazy headmaster was proof of this. This was like an ant tripping over an elephant, and the elephant simply didn't know what method the ant was using. 2022 is here. I hope that everyone will be able to make a lot of money in the new year. I sincerely wish you all the best. Be healthy and I wish you all the best. I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3344. The spiritualized universe's cultivation model lacked creativity. This was determined by their cultivation culture and could not be considered wrong. At the very least, they were now very strong while the Tianyuan universe was extremely creative. This was an opportunity. Lu Yin voiced his thoughts. Wang Wen's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? That's even more interesting. Lu Yin was astonished. That's not what you meant? Wang Wen shook his head. This is a cultivation culture and I don't understand it. The crazy headmaster slapped Xianxia, but that didn't give me much inspiration. However, the spiritualized universe's mindset allowed me to see a completely different battle. Let me ask you a question. Does a herd of elephants need to use schemes to slaughter ants? Just trample over them. That's right, they don't know how to use schemes. This is the spiritualized universe's consciousness, and our Tianyuan universe's consciousness is filled with schemes. The Eternals schemed against the Above Heaven sect and defeated the strong as they destroyed many continents. Chess Path Master, you also used many schemes to overthrow the Eternals. From the moment you unified the Outerverse, the word scheming has been with you for life. Lu Yin interrupted. Not scheming doesn't mean that the spiritualized universe won't use schemes. How can a universe not have a few smart people? I wouldn't be surprised if the spiritualized universe had someone as smart as the wise ancestor. But such a person will be drowned in the spiritualized universe's consciousness. Wang Wen was certain. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen said confidently, the greatest creation of intelligent creatures is a lie, and their greatest weakness is their habits. Because the spiritualized universe's cultivation model is the same, it causes them to be domineering when it comes to external battles. They believe that they can defeat everything, and that is indeed the case. The consciousness universe is no match for them, and when they arrived in the Tianyuan universe, they immediately went to war without even asking how strong the Tianyuan universe is. This is their habit and their consciousness. Such a civilization consciousness is destined to not be overly scheming. This is also determined by their cultivation culture. It can't be changed by humans unless they suffer a huge loss. Chess Daoist Lord, we have a chance to defeat them in the domain of civilization. War, humans, fate, and luck are all indispensable. In terms of absolute strength, the first wave of enemies might not be our match, and we already have a 30% chance of victory. Their consciousness has been seen through by us, and in this aspect our scheme has a chance of success. I call it a strategic attack, and we also have a 30% chance of victory. Fate is our disadvantage. Chess Path Master, you return the sequence foundation because of this disadvantage. We have a 60% chance of victory. We are destined to defeat the spiritualized universe's first wave of enemies. This is a war that has never been experienced before. Victory and defeat are not only determined by strength, but also by cultivation and cultural attributes. This is a battle between the cultural attributes of the two universes and the consciousness of their civilizations. The spiritualized universe has yet to see this clearly. They only think that this is a war and that they are destined to lose. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. What do you want to do? Wang Wen smiled. What do you think the spiritualized universe wants the most right now? Currently, the spiritualized universe is hiding behind the stone door. Before their reinforcements arrive, they don't plan on making a move. What they want the most is my life, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen shook his head. I watched that battle. From the beginning to the end, the only time the old man's expression changed was when you crossed the river of time. Mirage Domain. Lu Yin was astonished. Wang Wen smiled. I heard that the primogenitor and the others have fixed the Mirage Domain in our universe. That's too much, and it's too unfair to the spiritualized universe. From the spiritualized universe's point of view, do you think that they will try to snatch the Mirage Domain away? Since the Tianyuan universe can be fixed, they can also be fixed. Chess Path Master, your crossing of the River of Time gave them quite a shock. By the way, the spiritualized universe must be very interested in understanding you, Chess Path Master. You have to give them a chance. Chess Path Master, you can ask Wei Rong. Perhaps he has already done something. That guy is best at scheming against others. Wang Wen left and Lu Yin met with Wei Rong. No one knew what they talked about, but after Wei Rong left, Lu Yin's expression changed to one of anticipation. A few months had passed since the battle at the universe's boundary. During this time, the spiritualized universe's people had remained behind the stone door and used the sealed realm as a defense. The Tianyuan universe was wary of the sealed realm and did not dare to casually start a war. Both sides had been at peace for a while. Lu Yin took advantage of this time to roll his die and obtain 6 pips, which he then merged into Xianxia's body. The moment he merged with Xianxia's body, the complicated thoughts in his mind completely calmed down. It was as if he had returned from a turbulent sea to a calm river. Xianxia's thoughts were very simple. He simply wanted to live. That was all. This was Xianxia's way of thinking. In order to survive, she tried her best to be respectful in front of Lu Yin and obey his commands. However, under this respect she also hid some things such as her innate talent. Xianxia could cultivate Lu Yin's power even faster, but she had deliberately slowed down her cultivation speed so that Lu Yin would not be apprehensive. Even so, she had still been surprised when she sensed Lu Yin, which made her secretly decide to lower her threat in the future. As for her loyalty, that did not exist. Xianxia's only goal was to survive. She had to survive first before anything else. This was not just her thoughts, but also a voice that had been branded in the depths of her soul. There was a voice that constantly told her to live, and she had to listen to this voice's commands. This voice came from the Immortal Master. Lu Yin had finally sensed the Immortal Master's existence after merging with Xianxia's body. He was the one who had created the insect nest and defeated the Lost Tribe. He was an omnipotent existence that had dominated the human civilization of this universe. In Xianxia's memory, she had never seen the Immortal Master. She was born in this universe, but she instinctively obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. However, because they were separated by this universe, there was a gap between her and the Immortal Master. This gap might be very far or very close, but Xianxia did not know. Lu Yin kept checking Xianxia's memories. Before she was born, her body had instinctively evolved in the direction most suitable for her cultivation through countless insects. In the Xishan dynasty universe, the totem worshipped by the entire universe was the current appearance of Xianxia. Now, Xianxia regretted it because this form was not suitable for cultivation in the origin space. She wanted to live while becoming as strong as possible. Lu Yin's orders were the most important to her at the moment. She had to obey orders to survive, and the Immortal Master's orders could not be disobeyed. However, other than letting her live, there were no other orders. This voice gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was the order given before the insect nest was thrown into the Tianyuan universe. Ever since the insect nest landed in the Tianyuan universe, the Immortal Master had not given any orders to them. The other Xianxia was not in the origin space. Furball Xianxia was very sure that Lu Yin did not feel the existence of the other Xianxia through its memories. However, he also saw Furball Xianxia's plan. Even if there was another Xianxia, it would not tell Lu Yin because it was very clear. Once the existence of the other Xianxia was exposed, it would die. It wanted to live and there was no loyalty. It would listen to whoever controlled its life and death. Furball Xianxia only had so many memories. Lu Yin read all of them, and it was similar to his understanding of Furball Xianxia. It was extremely talented, cunning, and scrupulous, and obeyed the orders of the Immortal Master. This was Xianxia, but he felt that he had not really seen through Xianxia. Xianxia was a living creature, and the instincts of living creatures would appear as they grew. At this moment, Furball Xianxia was at most in the form of a newborn Xianxia. Lu Yin guessed that it was very likely that it could transform. This was the ability of living creatures. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, and Furball Xianxia did not suspect anything. It did not know that Lu Yin had fused with it and had seen through all of its memories. For now, Furball Xianxia was not a threat. As long as it wanted to live, it had to listen to Lu Yin. As long as its life was not threatened, it would not have a bottom line. If it was not sure that revealing the other Xianxia would kill it, it would not hesitate to find and expose it. This was Xianxia's nature. Lu Yin could control Xianxia with life and death. Before the Immortal Master descended into the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin was Furball Xianxia's master. Even if the Immortal Master descended, as long as Furball Xianxia was within 5 meters of Lu Yin, he could still temporarily control it and read its memories. As long as it could be fused with, it would not be a threat. Lu Yin looked at Furball Xianxia, and Furball Xianxia looked back at him. "Master, what are your orders?" Lu Yin said, "Grand Elder Shan Gu is urging me to kill you." Furball Xianxia was horrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Master, please don't. I'm loyal to you, Master. I'm definitely your best helper. You seem to be fighting an enemy? Let me take action. I'll definitely do something for Master. That old man is worthless, but I'm different. Master, I can help you find all of the hives. There must be many hives hidden in this universe. Master, you must trust me." Lu Yin's gaze swept past Furball Xianxia. Where was Zhang Xiaoshua's Xianxia? In the primordial space in the inner verse, the enormous Boundless was parked in outer space, and it attracted countless people every day. No one knew that Astral 10's battleship Boundless had played such a huge role in the battle at Immemorial City. As news of the final battle at Immemorial City spread, so did the fact that Boundless could travel through the realms of nothingness, which attracted many people's curiosity. Those who had entered Boundless before were at a loss, as they could not tell how one could travel through the realms of nothingness. That was a realms of nothingness, a place where even progenitors would die. The most special thing about Boundless was that burning flame. There was nothing else about it. Countless people applied to enter Boundless every day, and many students who had graduated from Astral 10 were encouraged by their families and friends to return to Astral 10 and tour the place. Everyone knew that Astral 10 was no longer ordinary. Astral 10 was where Master Lu had first started his cultivation, and he had entrusted his feelings to this place. He had brought Astral 10 to a height that surpassed the other Astral Combat Academies, which was why so many people had been able to enter Astral 10. However, that was just feelings. The true elites of the universe did not care. However, Astral 10 was no longer ordinary and it could travel through the realms of nothingness. This was a metamorphosis to everyone's senses. Everyone wondered what was so special about Boundless, and all the families and sects with progenitors wanted to send their best disciples to Astral 10 to cultivate. Chapter 3345. Astral Academy was a place where Master Lu's feelings and was not an ordinary place. It was a place that all youths in the Tianyuan universe wanted to enter. In the Rain Observatory, the crazy director sat calmly as he left the border warfront. He had sent Bao Qi into bitter adversity with a single palm strike, which was a legend. With the crazy director's strength, he should not have stayed at the border, or else he would have been targeted by the spiritualized universe. The crazy director naturally knew this, but he did not resist and returned to Astral 10. Currently, Astral 10 was flourishing with talents and abundant resources. Elites were emerging one after another. During Lu Yin's generation, Big Pao and Little Pao had remained in Astral 10 as mentors. Over the past few decades they had all reached the Enlighter realm. Although they could not compare to Lu Yin, they were still ordinary elite cultivators, so they were not slow. As for Enlighters, they were qualified to become Astral 10's assistant teachers. Besides them, Zora, Coco, Hui Day Night, and the others also frequently returned to Astral 10. Rain dripped onto the limestone platform all year round. The Rain Master walked over and bowed. "Director, the new students have arrived." The crazy director opened his eyes and disappeared. Not long after, a group of new students was led into the Rain Observatory by Big Pao. "Mentor Big Pao, is your name Big Pao? Why does it sound like a nickname? If there's Big Pao, don't tell me there's also a Little Pao. Don't spout nonsense. Mentor, please forgive my sister's rudeness." Big Pao was speechless. He had heard such words too many times. Ever since he had become Astral 10's assistant teacher, his task had been to guide the new students to familiarize themselves with Astral 10 and answer their questions. Ever since Master Lu's batch, those who were able to enter Astral 10 were more talented, but this batch was the most terrifying. There were a few that Lu Yin couldn't even sense their auras, but their auras were still lingering. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary. These students' talents reminded him of the 10 Arbiters. The current Astral 10 contained almost all of the Tianyuan universe's top elites, and there were many students who were as talented as the 10 Arbiters. The few whose auras he could not sense definitely surpassed the former 10 Arbiters and had indescribable cultivation aptitudes. They all had progenitors behind them, and they had come to Astral 10 because of its uniqueness. To them there was no point in cultivating in Astral 10. What they wanted was experience, and after a few decades, they could join the Above Heaven sect and be considered Master Lu's juniors. This was a very glorious status. "Alright students, this is the Rain Observatory." Big Pao began to talk about Astral 10's history, but what everyone was most interested in was Lu Yin. Soon the young people began to write their names against the rain. In the distance, Xiaochen smiled as he looked at the spirited youths. They were the future of the Tianyuan universe. The war that was happening at the border was for them. He wanted to give them enough time to grow. For this he was willing to pay any price. Alright, Master Lu didn't seem to be much older than them. A mere few decades would pass in the blink of an eye. He thought back to the time when Astral 10 had caught on fire, and all of the books on battle techniques and cultivation techniques had been incinerated. Internally he had gone mad, and externally there had been pressure from the various great powers. Fortunately, Master Lu's batch had appeared. "Dean, what do you think of these students?" the Rain Master asked. The crazy Dean looked over. "That's right. What's that student's name?" "His name is Lu Yin." "What about that?" "Oh, that one is called Xiao Luo. The surname Xia makes people care." "Where's the smiling one?" "His name is Silver." I keep feeling that there's something strange about him, but I can't quite put my finger on it. They're all good. Of the Day-Night clan and the Mavis clan, Astral 10 will definitely surpass the other 9 academies and become number 1. As long as the headmaster doesn't go crazy, everything will be fine. Haha. There was a light chuckle as the crazy dean collapsed from the tree. In the above sky sect, Lu Yin received bad news that Astral 10 had been annihilated. Furious, Lu Yin hurried over to Astral 10. The place was deathly silent and there was no sign of life. The mentors and students were all lying on the ground as if they were asleep, but he knew that they were all dead. Meng Sang. Lu Yin immediately thought of Meng Sang. As he walked through Astral 10, he saw familiar faces fall one by one. The Trial Master, the Sand Master, Old Kai, Little Pao, Big Pao, the Rain Master, and many other students. Finally, Lu Yin saw the dead crazy dean on the tree in front of the Rain Observatory. A stream of light appeared and circled around his body. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yin summoned the River of Time. He leapt onto a small boat made of light and crossed the river. There was nothing he could do to change the current situation, and crossing the River of Time could only change his past. Lu Yin couldn't save Astral 10, but he had to find Meng Sang and destroy her. Images flashed continuously and Lu Yin saw the crazy dean fall. He saw the youthful elites on the Rain Observatory fall. He saw Big Pao fall and he saw Astral 10 fall one by one. There was nothing he could do, he could only watch. He saw a pair of eyes that towered above Astral 10. Meng Sang. Lu Yin jumped down and arrived in front of the eyes. He stood still and the images around him flashed rapidly as time passed. Meng Sang was standing on a stone in the corner of the Rain Observatory. No one knew how long she had been there, but Lu Yin had crossed the River of Time and arrived in front of her. They stared at each other like that. He saw the smile in Meng Sang's eyes and the images continued to flash. Meng Sang's body shattered bit by bit until it completely shattered like a mirror, turning into specks of light that dissipated. When the images stopped, Lu Yin waved his hand, but there was nothing in front of him. Meng Sang was long gone. Was that Meng Sang real or fake? Crossing the River of Time couldn't change the past. Lu Yin couldn't change the deaths of Astral 10 or Meng Sang's departure. He didn't even know how Meng Sang had left. Otherwise he could have chased after her just like how he had chased after Bai Wuxian. Lu Yin turned to look at the tree. The only thing that had changed was his current position. In this position, Meng Sang had massacred Astral 10 and disappeared the moment before he arrived. He couldn't change anything. Lu Yin silently walked towards the tree and stood beside the crazy director's corpse. He just looked at it without saying a word. The round-faced elder had promised not to slaughter ordinary people, but there were no ordinary people in Astral 10. Everyone was a cultivator. On the Rain Observatory, Lu Bujing sighed. Almost all of the progenitors had gone to the war front and Elder Chan had died. He had been the one to tell Lu Yin about Astral 10's demise. This wasn't just bad news for Lu Yin, but also for the entire Tianyuan universe. Astral 10 had just recruited a new batch of elite geniuses from various parallel universes, but now they were all dead. Bastards. Pass down the order. All cultivators are not to sleep for the time being, Lu Yin said calmly. Lu Bujing hurriedly passed down the order. The calmer Lu Yin sounded, the angrier he was. These people had all died at Meng Sang's hands. Only a top expert from the spiritualized universe like Meng Sang could kill the crazy director without a sound. The spiritualized universe's president had promised Lu Yin not to slaughter the ordinary people of the Tianyuan universe, but the people in the Astral Combat Academy were clearly not ordinary people. This was war, a war where one side had to be annihilated. There was no mercy, only slaughter. This was just the beginning. Every day that Meng Sang was not dealt with would be a nightmare for humanity. This was not a matter of entering a dream. If Meng Sang wanted to kill someone, even a progenitor would not be able to escape. However, Lu Yin was using the serious art to monitor the entire Genesis space. As long as no cultivator was asleep, Meng Sang would have to make that person fall asleep if she wanted to kill them. Of course, aside from sleeping, Meng Sang had no other methods that Lu Yin could use. All he could do was guard against her. That Meng Sang deserves to die. Why didn't he make a move earlier or later? He just had to make a move when Astral 10's new students arrived so that he could kill the geniuses who had entered Astral 10. He must have been hiding in Astral 10 all this time. Even if Meng Sang killed 1 or 2 progenitors, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, massacring Astral 10 would shake the entire Tianyuan universe and cause panic. Master Meng Sang won't act rashly. Once he does, there will be repercussions, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin knew this, but it would not be easy to deal with Meng Sang. He had discussed this with Mr. Mu, but the latter had not been able to do anything. The only thing they could do now was start a war. There will be a huge battle at the border soon, but the spiritualized universe will only defend. If we rush, we'll suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The advantages and disadvantages of their geographical positions were constantly changing. Meng Sang alone could bring disaster to the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe did not have the ability to encircle Meng Sang. Even if they could find him, could they really kill him? The spiritualized universe would not allow Meng Sang to be surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the sole true God was watching from the shadows. Right now, the most important thing was to find Meng Sang. If he could not even find her, then there was nothing he could do. Dreamland, dreamland. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the 6th mainland. He knew who to look for. The Tianyuan universe had developed for many years. Although there was no unified cultivation model and it was impossible to mass-produce experts, the benefits of diversified development were that there was everything. Lu Yin arrived at Dreamland, which was originally the 6th mainland's immortal martial realm. After the 6th mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, Dreamland had been stationed in the 5th mainland's Sky Saint Weave in the Outerverse. Now that the Eternals had been defeated, the people of the 6th mainland had naturally returned. Lu Yin's arrival shook the entire Dreamland. Master Dream and everyone from Dreamland greets Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin replied, You're welcome, Master Dream. You must have heard of the incident in Astral 10. Master Dream's expression turned ugly. I have. This incident has a huge impact. Is there anything that my Dreamland can do for Master Lu? Lu Yin took a step forward until he was within 5 meters of Master Dream and instantly merged with him. He had once entered Dream Master's body, and he had experienced Dream Master's hatred towards the green and white sages for humiliating the women of Dream Manor. He had also seen the Dream Heart Sutra, but he hadn't wanted to waste time at the time, so he hadn't read it much. Now he wanted to cultivate it. Since Meng Sang could enter dreams, Lu Yin wanted to find it in his dreams. There were 2 inheritances of the Dreamland Sutra in the world. One was the current Dreamland and the other was the Sleeping Prince. He had once been ranked 100th on the top 100 rankings, not because he was not strong enough, but because he liked to stay in the top 100. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. You must be rich in the new year and you must be healthy. I'll send you my blessings. Chapter 3346. Very quickly, Lu Yin saw Dream Master's memories regarding the Dream Heart Sutra, and he also learned that Meng Zhuang had come to the 5th mainland to cause trouble for Sleeping Prince several decades ago. Sleeping Prince had quite a reputation in the 5th mainland and he also cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra. Thus, it was only natural that Meng Zhuang would seek him out. Meng Zhuang had chased after Sleeping Prince, but he had been discovered not long after and he no longer dared to take action. Sleeping Prince was still someone from the 5th mainland, and if Lu Yin found out that Meng Zhuang wanted to kill someone from the 5th mainland, then the consequences would be dire. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. However, the Sleeping Prince's Dream Heart Sutra originated from the Dream Manor. Once, the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland were at war, and the Dream Sutra had ended up in the 5th mainland. Since then, the Dream Village didn't attack the sleeping young master again, and it kept a low profile. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Dream Master, and he remained where he was, deep in thought. The Dream Heart Sutra was not a particularly powerful technique, but it was rather peculiar in that it could kill people in their dreams. However, he could rely on this technique to enter a dream, which was the only thing he needed. However, dreams could be real and illusory, and the deeper he went into a dream, the more likely he would be to find Meng Sang. Meng Sang's dream was definitely the deepest. Just relying on the Dream Sutra alone would not be enough. He had to deduce it. Off to the side, Teacher Dream was apprehensive as he did not know why Lu Yin had come to Dream Manor. Could it be that Lu Yin had found out about his pursuit of Sleeping Prince? That couldn't be right. Even if he knew, Master Lu wouldn't have come all the way to Dreamland just for Sleeping Prince. There was still a war at the border and Astral 10 had been massacred. Which one of these matters wasn't important? They had no idea how Astral 10 had been massacred. The sect above heaven had long since sealed off any information about Meng Sang, or else it would have caused even more panic. Who wouldn't be afraid of an expert at the level of Dooku AI killing someone in their dreams? And the target was someone from the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin didn't say a word as his body disappeared. Master Meng was dumbfounded. Where was he? Lu Yin returned to the above the sky sect and raised his hand. His die appeared and he tapped it. He wanted to deduce and cultivate the Dream Heart Sutra while he was in the time-stop space. He had no choice but to wait for 10 days, but he still hadn't rolled enhance after 4 tries. He closed his eyes and began to deduce the Dream Sutra. A few days later, Lu Bujing received news that the people controlling the mechas at the border of the Tianyuan universe had all been killed in their dreams. This news shook the border but was quickly sealed off. The people controlling the mecha were all normal people. How could normal people not sleep for a few days? Meng Sang did not attack in reality. She was extremely cautious. She was different from the primordial realm Bao Qi and the main chairman. She only wanted to kill in her dreams. Cultivators could do without sleep but ordinary people couldn't. Lu Bujing arrived at the back of the mountain and saw Lu Yin closing his eyes to deduce something. He did not dare to disturb him and sent someone to inform the Limitless Empire that no one was allowed to sleep or enter the mecha. Meng Sang was not to know who was controlling the mecha. This was the only way. If Meng Sang massacred the entire Limitless Empire, then there was nothing they could do. There was no reason for war. Promises were nothing more than gentlemen's agreements. There was nothing they could do if they didn't abide by them. Fortunately, Lu Yin's agreement with the president was still valid. A few days later, the Limitless Empire was unharmed, and Lu Bujing heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there was no one left in the Limitless Empire to control powerful mechas. In the back mountain of the Sky One sect, Lu Yin opened his eyes and raised his hand. His die appeared and he tapped it. 4 pips. His gaze grew cold as he entered the time-stop space. A second later, Lu Yin appeared and looked up at the sky. Although only a second had passed in the real world, a year had passed since he had deduced the Dream Heart Sutra. Meng Sang entered the dream to fight. Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This was a strange world. Everywhere was misty. This was a dreamland. Reality had its own reality and dreams had their own dreamscape. Lu Yin saw the dreams of many ordinary people, but he didn't see any of the dreams of cultivators. He walked through the dreamscape, which was actually the active state of one's mind after a deep sleep. It appeared in another form in the universe and nothing could be hidden in this universe. If there really was something, then it just wasn't visible, but it didn't mean that it didn't exist. This was true for spiritual force and it was the same for dreams. The grotesque dreamscape was like a bubble. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the bubbles parted. He stood in the dreamscape and waited quietly. Not long after, a figure dressed in black robes walked over and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the newcomer. Meng Sang. We meet again, the other person said in a low voice. You were the one who slaughtered Astral 10. That was the first time we met. They would have died sooner or later. Letting them die in their dreams is better than being destroyed by the universe one day. You're not surprised by my arrival. I've been waiting for you. You've waited. Astral 10 is your home and it will also be your final destination. I'll send you to meet them. The dreamscape turned upside down and Lu Yin's vision spun. He instantly appeared in the above heaven sect, but then he saw the dreamscape again. Was this reality or a dream? He couldn't tell. The Dream Heart Sutra only guaranteed that Lu Yin could enter a dream and see Meng Sang, but this technique was laughable in front of Meng Sang. It was so laughable that even though Lu Yin had cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra, he couldn't be sure whether he was in a dream or in reality. Fortunately, Lu Yin didn't expect to use the Dream Sutra against Meng Sang. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting rivers, the ancient land's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's rejection, the Qi's induction. Leaping through the starry sky and lying down. Communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse and lying down. The inverted dreamscape shook because of the primogenitor's scripture's support for spiritual force. The dreamscape was the activation of spiritual force. Lu Yin's spiritual force was as solid as a rock, but with the primogenitor's scripture, the dreamscape was suppressed. Meng Sang was shocked. What technique was this? Lu Yin was rushing towards her in reverse. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, he only had one enemy: Meng Sang. In parallel time, even the dreamscape was frozen. Lu Yin struck out with a palm and Meng Sang raised a hand. There was a thump and the path beneath their feet shattered like glass. Lu Yin continued to press Meng Sang down, shattering the dreamscape layer after layer. If this were reality, Lu Yin would have shattered the above heaven sect. However, his heart was as solid as a rock. This was a dream and it had nothing to do with reality. He trusted the primogenitor's scripture and everything he saw. As long as he believed in it, it was real. Meng Sang's arm had been broken and she was shocked. What was wrong with this person? Why was he so sure that this was a dream? Its spiritualization innate gift was nightmare, and it could reverse dreams and reality. This reversal wasn't based on its will, but rather on the opponent's consciousness and spiritual force. He could easily send the crazy director into a dream and kill him there, but he couldn't do anything to the primogenitor. Even if he could send the primogenitor into a dream, the primogenitor knew that it was just a dream and a dream should be shattered. The crazy director couldn't do this, but Lu Yin could. Nightmare. As long as Lu Yin had even the slightest doubt, the dream would be reversed from reality. Meng Sang was the best at causing one's will to waver. However, Lu Yin didn't waver at all. This was a dream and a dream was a dream. It couldn't be changed into reality. Bang, 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 bang. Meng Sang's black robes were torn apart, allowing Lu Yin to see its true appearance. It was a gray creature with the head of a beast and the body of a human. It had a long tail and its large eyes were intelligent and strange. What it saw wasn't Lu Yin, but rather the shattered above heaven sect and the shattered cultivators. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. This was a dream, so how could there be a above heaven sect? The primogenitor's scripture shook the skies of the dream, shattering all of the illusions. Countless people woke up from their dreams and looked in the direction of the above heaven sect in confusion. They seemed to have seen Master Lu fighting an enemy. Meng Sang turned around and swung its tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed its tail and smashed its entire body into the ground. It's just a wild beast. Meng Sang shattered the ground once again and a crisp cracking sound could be heard. It spat out a mouthful of blood, and its eyes turned from lively to furious. It was Xianxia, the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. How could it be smashed by its tail? Lu Yin grabbed Meng Sang's tail and kicked out. There was a tearing sound as blood splattered everywhere as Meng Sang's tail was torn apart. Intense pain shot through Meng Sang's body as it was sent flying. You're courting death. Lu Yin chased after it. What other tricks do you have? Meng Sang was as famous as Bao Qi and the president, and it had Xianxia's strength. However, Lu Yin firmly believed that this was a dream, and there was nothing it could do if it didn't enter a nightmare. It now understood how the president felt. Lu Yin's strength was too terrifying, and once it was caught, it would be easily torn to shreds. If it hadn't been Xianxia, it would have been a mere progenitor. Even if it had been a sequence law realm cultivator, it would have been easily torn to shreds. By the time it turned around, Lu Yin had already arrived and released the starry sky from his heart. Meng Sang subconsciously used the sequence technique, but it found that the sequence particles were repelled. It took a direct punch from Lu Yin, and its back bulged as it coughed up blood again. Lu Yin grabbed Meng Sang's head and exerted force. Meng Sang's entire body turned cold and it reached out with its claws. White streaks appeared in the void as it stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body suddenly withered as Meng Sang's claws pierced through his neck and chest. Lu Yin's hands slammed into Meng Sang's head, and the two separated at the same time. Meng Sang's vision turned blurry, and its head had almost been crushed by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body quickly recovered as he had underestimated Meng Sang. This beast's claws were sharper than anything else, but its attack had yet to reach its limit, so it recovered quickly. Lu Yin took another step forward and struck Meng Sang with a palm. Meng Sang blocked with its arms, and white streaks appeared in the void as it used a battle technique that it hadn't used in a long time. It tore through the void and blocked Lu Yin's palm as it rapidly retreated. Ever since it had broken through to the primordial realm, it had not used a battle technique. Now that it had become Xianxia, it was actually using a battle technique. In the spiritualized universe, aside from Xianxia, even Palace Mistress Yao Tianxi and the others were apprehensive and did not dare to enter the dream. However, Lu Yin had broken through it and forced it to fight with its physical body. Meng Sang had a beastly head and a human body, and it had chosen this form when it had spiritualized because it was most proficient in physical strength. If it had been the round-faced elder, he might not have been able to endure Lu Yin's attack. The limit of a living being's strength was enough to crush any expert who faced it head-on, unless the opponent was also proficient in physical strength. Chapter 3347. Lu Yin had not expected Meng Sang to be able to withstand his attack, and her physical strength had exceeded his expectations. But no matter what, she was no match for him in terms of strength. He looked at Meng Sang's broken arm and clenched his fist, punching out as the dreamscape distorted. Meng Sang's body suddenly changed and she grew taller and taller. Her face grew even more ferocious, and her claws gleamed with a cold light as she met Lu Yin's punch. Bang! There was a loud explosion and countless people were roused from their dreams. Meng Sang was sent flying by a single punch, and no matter how strong her body had become, she couldn't withstand Lu Yin's power. He instantly appeared beside her and thrust out spears of soil, but Meng Sang shattered them with a kick. More and more soil spears appeared, and Lu Yin grabbed one and stabbed it viciously, piercing through Meng Sang's body. Meng Sang raised her claws and stabbed at Lu Yin, but he was prepared this time. Even if he could ignore Meng Sang's attack, he would not take it head-on. Meng Sang was able to see through time and her sharp claws tore through the void. She used the void to sever time and forced Lu Yin out. The moment he appeared, he slammed his palm into Meng Sang's chest and exerted some force. Boom! There was another loud bang as Meng Sang's body was sent flying. Lu Yin chased after her and appeared above her head. He looked down and stomped down. Meng Sang's pupils shrank. If the great Sang Tian was trampled under someone's foot, it would lose all face. Another explosion of particles occurred, but this time, it did not come from Meng Sang herself. Instead, it came from the 8 shadows that had suddenly appeared beside her. There were a total of 8 shadows that looked exactly like Meng Sang. Surging particles instantly filled the surroundings, and even Lu Yin's heart could not repel them. Sequence Foundation. The 8 shadows charged at Lu Yin from Meng Sang's side. They were not living creatures but rather formed from sequence particles. Meng Sang shouted, "The octet!" Since ancient times, the spiritualized universe has 51 powerhouses who have cultivated the 8 hands of sealing gate. The octet has sealed the octet. Lu Yin, you forced Sang Tian to use his sequence foundation. You should be proud even in death. Lu Yin struck out 8 times in a row, all of them landing on the 8 shadows. However, he only hit the particles, and even if he scattered them with absolute strength, the particles would quickly reform. Even the rejection from his heart space could not be dispelled. This was the sequence foundation. 8 shadows appeared in 8 different directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. He hurriedly tried to escape, but no matter how he moved, the 8 shadows followed him like shadows. Door seal of all directions. In an instant, Lu Yin's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a sealed space. He brazenly attacked, but he was unable to break through this space. This was a space formed from sequence particles, and the starry sky around his heart was constantly repelling them, but the rate at which they were doing so was very slow. The stream of light appeared and reversed for 1 second. Lu Yin thought that he had escaped the 8-directional sealing door, but he discovered that he still hadn't. Unless he reversed the entire time that the 8 had appeared, he wouldn't be able to avoid them. Lu Yin looked at Meng Sang through the octagonal sealing door. So what? Could it be that the great Sang Tian can only rely on his sequence foundation to protect himself? Meng Sang looked at Lu Yin. The echelon magic I cultivate is called the final chapter of life. It ranks 6th among the 88 echelon magics. Lu Yin, remember your life well. You will die. She then raised a hand and pressed it against the octagonal sealing door, causing another type of sequence particle to surge into it. In this absolutely sealed space, no matter how much Lu Yin tried to repel it, the particles would still be there. As the octagonal sealing door shrank, they continuously touched Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but this was the biggest anomaly. Of all the powerhouses with sequence laws he had encountered, the ones that posed the greatest threat to him were not the offensive ones. On the contrary, the more bizarre the sequence laws were, the more dangerous they were. Meng Sang's sequence foundation ranked 6th, and it was definitely powerful. Although it didn't seem to have any effect, Lu Yin hadn't sensed it yet. He took out Go Lian and slashed in all directions. The octagonal ceiling door relied on the sequence foundation, and it was much tougher than he had imagined. It was completely formed from sequence particles, and even death energy could not cut through it. He slowly raised a hand, and the 8 sequence particles around him inexplicably surged into his palm. Meng Sang was stunned. What was this? As Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the octatic sequence particles, he used the chain palm to borrow the octatic sequence particles. With the 2 weakening methods stacked together, the octagonal ceiling door thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. This completely refreshed Meng Sang's understanding. He was a progenitor who had not even reached the primordial realm. So be it if he could use the laws to avoid getting too close, but he could actually use the laws of others? There was such a thing. Regardless of what Meng Sang thought, Lu Yin had already done it. The consecutive palm was a top-notch battle technique that Progenitor Chen had created, and it grew stronger when facing a stronger opponent. At certain times, it could even turn something rotten into something magical. Meng Sang gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait any longer. The sequence of life's end chapter only had one use, and that was poison. The purpose of the sequence of life's end chapter was to analyze everything about the enemy. Based on the laws of the universe, no creature could escape. In the end, it would turn into a poison that only targeted the enemy. It was the only poison in the universe. This poison could only be created at this moment. Even if a second had passed, the energy circulating in the enemy's body would change, and the poison created would be different. It could be said that the poison of the final chapter of life was the only poison in the universe. At this moment, Meng Sang had created a poison that was unique to Lu Yin. The poison of the final chapter could be tangible or intangible, but it was meaningless to Lu Yin. Whether he could see it or not, he could not avoid it. When the poison appeared, his thoughts suddenly stopped. The voice of the primogenitor's scripture disappeared. His spirit that was as steady as a rock began to waver. His powerful physical strength became weak and powerless. When things reach an extreme, they will revert back to their original state. His firm belief in victory and invincible spirit all disappeared at this moment. His blood flowed in reverse, and an invisible force appeared in the void of space around his heart, obstructing the rotation of the stars. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Meng Sang in shock. What kind of power was this? Meng Sang growled. The poison of the final chapter of life is only effective against you. It's useless against anyone else. You underestimate me too much. I'm Sang Tian, the Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. You underestimate me and you underestimate the spiritualized universe. The 88 sequence laws are called supreme laws and none of them are useless. It all depends on how you use them, especially the top 10 sequence laws. All of this is a dream and you firmly believe that it's a dream. That's right, it's a dream, but you've never thought about who would be able to save you in this dream. If you weren't so resolute in your nightmare, you would have been able to attract others to save you, even if you would have been able to cause great damage to the outside world. But now you can't do anything. Lu Yin was shocked. The final chapter of life? That's also a sequence law? Meng Sang proudly replied, it's ranked 6th. Lu Yin half-squatted and coughed up blood, unable to circulate the energy in his body. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. This was a sequence law, but it was also not a sequence law. It was a poison created specifically to target his power, and it constantly acted on the power he had displayed. There was no such thing as an invincible law in the universe. Even if Lu Yin's heart was in the starry sky, progenitors would still be able to restrict his power if they did not get close to him. However, Lu Yin had not only displayed his power, he also had his own battle techniques, setting sun and sky-toppling palm, the divine seal catalog and the general appointment platform. He had more than one power that he could still use. These powers had not been revealed before, so they would not be restricted by this poison. However, when the poison took effect, his rock-solid spiritual force was shaken, and it also shook Lu Yin's faith. Cracks appeared in his will at that moment, and the dream and reality were reversed. He saw the sect above heaven, but as long as Meng Sang did not make a move, the sect above heaven would not notice anything. This was a strange state. It was blurry and dizzy as if the entire world was spinning. The weakening of the 8 also stopped. Lu Yin felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The more powerless he was, the weaker he should have been. However, his current state of mind allowed him to enter a different state of mind. His thoughts, desires were all magnified at this moment. The karma of his cultivation and the deprivation of his emotions caused his powerless self to be constantly deprived of his strength. The dizziness caused him to forget all his thoughts, and he unknowingly reached the state of a true God's freedom technique. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine force planet began to rotate, and a strand of divine force was drawn towards Lu Yin by the true God's freedom technique. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Meng Sang looked at the boiling red on the surface of Lu Yin's body and was confused. What kind of power was this? Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty, looking east, family is hard to see, ascending to the heavens, alone for the rest of my life. A sad song was sung by a peerless beauty on a lake. Meng Sang was stunned. This was a dream and he was the master of this place. Where did this sad song come from? Where did this person come from? He suddenly looked up and saw lanterns descending from the fog. Each lantern had his name on it. As he looked at the lanterns, for some reason, Meng Sang recalled everything that had happened in the past. His first cry, his mother's whispers, his father's laughter, his stumbling on the path of cultivation, his childhood sweetheart's laughter. Everything seemed like it had happened yesterday. No, this can't be real. They're long dead. They're long gone. Meng Sang clutched his head and looked at the falling lanterns. He saw his mother's love, his father's pride, his wife's tears, his children's cries. All of these images filled his mind and he roared, "This can't be real. Why? I've already forgotten them. How many years has it been? So many years have passed. These shadows should be long gone." He glared at Lu Yin. "What did you do? What did you do?" Lu Yin looked up from within the eight, his scarlet eyes shocking Meng Sang. "The everlasting tribe?" Lu Yin stared at Meng Sang. "Since you've discovered me, then die." He then raised his hand and slashed down. The eight were still there surrounding him. This slash seemed harmless, but Meng Sang subconsciously looked up and saw that a lantern had been cut in half. Meng Sang spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the broken lantern in disbelief. He staggered a few steps and almost fell over. He hadn't spat out blood because his body had been injured and he didn't know why either. He just felt as if something had been hollowed out at this moment. There was no external attack and the blow to his own self was even more severe. Chapter 33:48. Lu Yin raised his hand again and cut down another lantern. Meng Sang spat out another mouthful of blood and turned to look at Lu Yin in disbelief. What kind of power was this? It was clearly Sang Tian, a creature that stood at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Yet it had been repeatedly defeated by this person. It did not understand what kind of cultivation technique this Tian Yuan universe had created. Even it could not withstand such a cultivation technique. This was far more severe than the physical injuries she had suffered before. It stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes as lanterns appeared behind it. Lu Yin raised his hand and was just about to slash down when the door of the 8 directions suddenly vanished. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold and he suddenly changed the direction of his slash. The floating lanterns vanished, then reappeared to trap Meng Sang. Meng Sang was about to escape, but Lu Yin had already sealed her within the lantern. Blood dripped from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. "You sealed me once, so I'll seal you as well. Let's see if you can survive after I survive." He then waved his hand and cut. Meng Sang growled from within the lantern, and an indescribable aura swept out like a gale. Lu Yin's hand cut the lantern in two, and Meng Sang spat out blood from within before her body suddenly split apart and vanished. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this scene. When he had crossed the river of time to find Meng Sang in Astral 10, she had also escaped just like this. Now this was Lu Yin's dreamscape and Meng Sang could still escape. Lu Yin immediately left the dreamscape. In the back mountains of Heaven's sky sect, Lu Yin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up and took a step forward, using the serious art to cover the 5th continent. Stars began to revolve one after another as he understood the entire continent. Lu Yin's body vanished. Beneath the astral river on the 5th continent, Meng Sang spat out blood and trembled. She had only managed to escape at the price of a permanent drop in cultivation. She was only in the primordial realm now, and she would never be able to reach Kuos level again. This meant that even if the Tian Yuan universe was reactivated, she would not be able to attain eternal life. She had completely distanced herself from the other Sang Tians. Lu Yin, you bastard. Meng Sang's eyes were filled with hatred as 8 shadows slowly guarded her. She did not dare to act rashly in case Lu Yin found her. Suddenly, Meng Sang's expression changed as she saw Lu Yin step out of the void and stare at her coldly. Meng Sang did not hesitate to turn around and flee. The 8 shadows once again blocked Lu Yin's path, using the 8 methods of sealing the door. The small boat flickered and reversed for a second, while the 8 methods of gate sealing retreated for a second. Lu Yin struck out with a palm, sending a terrifying force through the void to strike Meng Sang's back and pierce through her body. The next moment the 8 methods of gate sealing reappeared to seal Lu Yin once more. Meng Sang on the other hand had disappeared. She had given up on the octatic spectral tribe in order to fight for a chance to escape. At the bottom of the Milky Way blood was flowing. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had escaped. This fellow's reaction had been too quick, and he had abandoned the 8 without any hesitation. Another sequence foundation. He had just lost the Sky Devourer Silk Parasol, and now he had obtained the octatic spectral 8. Meng Sang had taken many blows from him, especially the True God's Freedom Art and the Last Palm Strike. It was barely half dead, and even if it didn't die, it wouldn't dare to come out. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to kill it. If he didn't kill Meng Sang, there would always be hidden dangers. Without Meng Sang's control, it was very easy for Lu Yin to take the 8 away. Since he could not use them, he could only suppress them in his heart and continuously break down the sequence particles. As for the final chapter's poison, it quickly disappeared as well. After all, this poison was constructed from sequence laws, so it wouldn't last for long. Was that why he was ranked 6? Even Lu Yin had fallen for this. If Meng Sang's poison hadn't lasted for such a short period of time, he would have been ranked in the top 3 at least. His battle with Meng Sang had given Lu Yin a deeper understanding of the sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe. Although the sequence foundation couldn't compare to the sequence foundation, the top 10 sequence foundations were different. They were just as powerful and they struck fear into others. After returning to the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yin's crisis was resolved. Many cultivators heaved sighs of relief. Now that they were free from Meng Sang's threat, they finally dared to continue cultivating. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the 5th pagoda and added the names of Astral 10's students to it. Lu Yin stared at the 5th pagoda for a long time, speechless. The war with the spiritualized universe had only just begun, but so many people had already died. If this war had continued for too long, he really didn't know how many people would have survived. The insectoid hive was in danger, and the Eternals were also in the spiritualized universe. These dangers had not appeared out of nowhere, and they had actually existed in the Tianyuan universe for a long time. It was just that Lu Yin's sudden rise had completely exposed these dangers. Was Lu Yin's appearance a good thing or a bad thing for this era? Ordinary people only had a short lifespan of 100 years, and if Lu Yin had not appeared, a generation would have already passed. That generation would not have experienced any wars, and they would not have died because of the shockwaves. However, because of Lu Yin's appearance, countless people had died. Lu Yin stood under the 5th pagoda in silence. A few days later, news came from the border of the Tianyuan universe that the spiritualized universe wanted to negotiate with him. Lu Yin arrived at the border, and outside the stone gate, the spiritualized universe's people on the battleship looked over. Negotiation? Lu Yin asked. Chu Yi replied, "The president wants to negotiate with you." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that the spiritualized universe already knew that Meng Sang had lost the 8. Did they want to threaten him again? Across from him, the round-faced president walked out of outer space. "Master Lu, come out for a chat." Lu Yin walked out and stopped in front of the round-faced elder. "What do you want to talk about?" The round-faced elder looked at Lu Yin and then raised a hand and extended a palm. "For the next 50 years, the spiritualized universe will not wage war against the Tianyuan universe." Lu Yin raised a brow, but he did not speak and continued to listen. "In return, you will return the 8 to us," the round-faced elder said. Lu Yin laughed. "You know about Meng Sang's matter?" The round-faced elder's expression turned solemn. "Master Lu, you are the first person I've seen in my life to be able to defeat Meng Sang. Even you Sang Tian would not have been able to do so at your age. If you are willing to join the spiritualized universe, you might even be able to reach Yu Sang Tian's position in the future." I've already heard this kind of nonsense several times. I don't want to hear it anymore. Lu Yin grew impatient. As for returning the 8, are you joking with me? The round-faced elder was not angry. Using the 8 in exchange for 50 years of peace is not a loss for you. Based on my understanding of the Tianyuan universe, due to the fixed mirage domain, your universe has many parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. You can even enter a mirage domain where time does not flow. It might seem like 50 years, but to you that's 505,000 or even 50,000 years. Such a large span of time is enough for your Tianyuan universe's strength to soar. Lu Yin smiled. You really do understand us well. The round-faced elder said, you can't use the 8 and no one in your Tianyuan universe can either. Why don't you return it to me? Why not take 50 years of peace? Lu Yin nodded. Logically speaking, if I can snatch a mere 8 from Meng Sang, then I can snatch it from any of you. These words caused the round-faced elder's expression to darken, but he did not retort. However, I still refuse. Lu Yin was decisive. The round-faced elder frowned. Master Lu, you have to think this through. Using something that is completely useless to you in exchange for a chance to increase your strength is very rare. Right? It seems like you think that our reinforcements will only arrive in 50 years. You guessed wrong. I can guarantee you that our reinforcements will arrive in 20 years at most. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at the round-faced elder. The round-faced elder was confident. It's only 20 years. In other words, you can use the 8 in exchange for 30 years of peace. How about this? It's still 50 years, which means that you can obtain 70 years of peace. With your Tianyuan universe's current strength, it is impossible for you to stop our spiritualized universe. One more chance to increase your strength is equivalent to one more chance of victory, isn't it? Lu Yin was amused. So you're helping us? The round-faced elder shook his head. I just want to take back the 8. Compared to your sudden increase in strength and wasted time, the 8 are more important to me. If I lose the 8, it will be difficult for me to explain myself to you, Xianxia. Time is like water, so I don't care. As for your sudden increase in strength, I don't care either. Once Xianxia arrives, you will have no chance. I cannot make any mistakes, so this is an opportunity that I am selfishly giving you. Xianxia will come. Lu Yin was surprised. The round-faced elder smiled. Of course. How is his strength compared to yours? Incomparable. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Incomparable? Was the difference that great? This Xianxia could not possibly be an eternal realm cultivator. The ancestor had said that Xianxia's strength should be about the same as the one true God's, so the progenitor should be able to stop him. Mr. Mu's strength had declined greatly due to the situation in his own universe, and he had also used ancient tracing to fix his mirage domain. His true strength was far from the progenitors, who had been able to defeat the one true God at his peak. Thus, dealing with Xianxia should not be a problem. I know that your Tianyuan universe has an absolute powerhouse who might be able to fight against Xianxia, but whether that powerhouse can act or recover to his peak strength will require time. 70 years should be enough. Master Lu, don't make a mistake, the round-faced elder said slowly. Lu Yin looked at the battleship. Meng Sang massacred Astral, 10. The round-faced elder did not mind. It's just an academy. It won't even cause a ripple in a war. How many progenitors died in that war? An academy is worthless in comparison. If I give you the 8, how will I answer to the people who were killed by Meng Sang? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder frowned. That's your problem and it has nothing to do with me. I'll say it again, return the 8 and I'll give you 70 years. This is the best opportunity for you, so don't make a mistake. What if I don't return it? Lu Yin asked. The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. I gave you a chance for my own selfish reasons, but you gave it up for your own selfish desires. I overestimated you. Your reinforcements will arrive in 20 years. Why should I believe that you'll give us another 50 years? Lu Yin asked. Chapter 3349. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the round-faced elder laughed. So that's what you're worried about? Then you don't have to worry. Lord Xianxia won't be coming this time. Although he will definitely descend upon the Tianyuan universe, it won't be this time. In other words, I have the final say in the war against the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin shook his head. Reinforcements will definitely come. Why should I trust you? The round-faced elder's gaze turned cold. Seems like Master Lu is testing the strength of my spiritualized universe. I don't want to say anything else. Are you going to return it or not? I'm not returning it, Lu Yin said bluntly. He was indeed testing the waters, but he hadn't gotten much information. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 years. In other words, the first wave of people from the spiritualized universe would definitely not arrive in 10 years. They had already left long ago and Lu Yin didn't know how long it would take. In any case, there was at least 20 years between them and the second wave. Also, if Xianxia really wasn't coming, then there was nothing to worry about. With the Tianyuan universe's current strength, even if they couldn't defeat the spiritualized universe, they wouldn't be defeated. Unless Grandmaster Grass intervened. However, the president's words might not be true. Lu Yin could test him, but as the president of the spiritualized universe Commerce Chamber of Commerce, he could also pretend to be tested by Lu Yin. Truth and lies were very complicated. The round-faced elder's expression sank. If you don't return it, Meng Seng will slaughter the entire Tianyuan universe. The time limit will be the same as before. Master Lu, do you still dare to gamble this time? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. You promised me that you wouldn't use this to threaten me. The round-faced elder sneered. Do I need to keep my promise to a universe that's about to be destroyed? Lu Yin looked at the battleship outside the stone door and the spiritualized universe's people. That's why I didn't agree to return the 8. But old man, do you really think that you can threaten me for the rest of my life? Attack. There was a shout, and in the distance 6 specks of dust appeared from the void and faced the shaking seal realm. The progenitor walked out from outer space and laughed heartily. It's finally my turn. Juzi, leave that guy to me. Lu Yin had never believed in the spiritualized universe, and he had only come to negotiate to test the waters. He wanted to learn more about the spiritualized universe, and there was some information that only Sang Tian would know. If he defeated Meng Seng, Immemorial City would be fine. Since Mr. Mu's strength had declined, he would let Primogenitor take action and let Mr. Mu suppress the sequence of strings. Although the Primogenitor's strength had been suppressed for too long, and he had also lost the Jade Sky Palace, he was still the above-heaven sex Primogenitor. He had once been the strongest person in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin looked forward to what kind of battle prowess he would be able to display. 6 times the first dust connected to the void, blocking the sealed world. The round-faced elder was aghast. How was this possible? He had thought that with the sealed world, the Tianyuan universe would not dare to act recklessly. He had never thought that the Primogenitor would act and instantly stop the sealed world. The sequence foundation of the spiritualized universe was indeed powerful, but the strength of the ancestor himself was unparalleled. If it was not for the eternal life realm, how could the guardians of the 4 directions seal him? Even if he lost his hands, he could still bite the string of the sequence and protect the Tianyuan universe. Now that his hands had recovered and the first dust had returned, the ancestor completely displayed his power, stopping the sealed world with a single move. Lu Yin swept past the round-faced elder and charged towards the battleship behind the stone door. At the same time, all of the cultivators from the Tianyuan universe charged towards the battleship. The round-faced elder wanted to stop them, but the ancestor walked out and grabbed at him. The round-faced elder held a golden pen and pointed it at Lu Yin. Master, be careful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Chui reminded him. The ancestor's gaze was as deep as the ocean. He allowed the golden pen to point at him, and a golden light began to spread from his palm. Lu Yin turned back worried. Ancestor. The ancestor laughed. I don't need you brats to worry about me. With that, his palm trembled and the golden light dispersed. The round-faced elder felt his scalp go numb. Impossible. The sealed world had been stopped, and even his spiritualized weapon had failed. He looked at the ancestor in shock. You sang Tian's level. The information had been wrong. Hadn't the ancestor of the Tianyuan universe lost most of his cultivation and was crippled? Why was he so strong? Right, it was Meng Seng. Damn it. Meng Seng was heavily injured and could no longer threaten Immemorial City. This person had appeared without restraint. The ancestor's palm struck the golden pen, causing it to crack. The round-faced elder felt an unstoppable force press down on him, as if he had been crushed by the sky. His body flew backwards. Lu Yin sighed. Was this the ancestor's strength? It was too terrifying. In the current universe, Lu Yin was confident that he could surpass most people, but there were still a few that he found difficult to deal with. In other words, he could not deal with an expert of a certain level. Mr. Mu, the only true god, was at Maiden's level. The ancestor was clearly at that level as well, and it was even possible that he was at the peak of that level. The Eternals had dared to wage war against the above heaven because the ancestor had been heavily injured. Otherwise, why would the only true god have dared to attack the above heaven sect? Maiden could be fate in front of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, but she was fate in front of the ancestor. She did not dare to disguise herself in the slightest. Meng Sang entered a dream. The ancestor could be instantly entered into a dream, but he could also be instantly awakened. The ancestor was the only one who had ever provoked an eternal realm to act. He was also the only one who believed that he could definitely survive this calamity and was feared by an eternal realm expert. The ancestor was the strongest powerhouse in this universe. If not for the eternal realm, the ancestor would have acted long ago and fought against the spiritualized universe. It was also because of Meng Sang's threat to Immemorial City that he had remained in the city. Now that Meng Sang had been heavily injured and Mr. Mu had taken over, the ancestor finally stepped out and displayed his strength. That was an incomparable power. He did not need to do anything. With just a single hand he was able to suppress the round-faced elder to the point where he could not breathe. "Bao Qi, help me," the round-faced elder roared. In the distance, a jade sword flashed through the void and slashed towards the ancestor. At the same time, Bao Qi walked out of the warship and looked at the ancestor with a burning gaze. He was a true peak powerhouse and he pushed the cauldron bell towards the ancestor. Lu Yin did not stop him. It looked like it was 1 against 2, but the ancestor did not panic. Without Bao Qi's protection, the ancestor was determined to take the warship. Perhaps it was because he had not fought for many years, but the ancestor was very excited. He crushed the golden pen and allowed the jade sword to slash at him without moving. The round-faced elder kept retreating, his face pale. Xianxia was definitely at Xianxia's level. Silent power transformed into a thin stream that connected the heavens and headed towards the ancestor. Bao Qi had directly used the cauldron bell to attack. The 2 Xianxians ignored Lu Yin and joined forces to fight the ancestor. They had no time to care about anything else. They only had eyes for the ancestor. Lu Yin stepped through the stone door, and the sealed world was stopped by the 6 specks of inception dust. The first wave of people from the spiritualized universe was finished in this battle. 2 figures attacked from the left and right. One was a beautiful woman surrounded by jade water. She was known as Palace Mistress Yao and she was the most powerful person in the spiritualized universe. The other was Tianxi. Tianxi stared at him. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin's eyes were extremely cold. If it were not for this person, the situation would not have been like this. Faced with the combined attacks of 2 primordial realm experts, Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, directly dispersing the laws. Soil appeared covering the sky above. He pressed down with a single palm using the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm caused Palace Mistress Yao and Tianxi's expressions to change at the same time. They could sense the terrifying might of the world being turned upside down. Their bodies were immediately pressed down, and they both grunted as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. This person really was an expert who could fight against the president. He had not even comprehended a sequence technique, yet he had reached such a level. Tianxi endured the pressure of the overturning heaven palm and stabbed his sword at Lu Yin, using the 3-foot-long azure edge Limitless. On the other side, Palace Mistress Yao raised her hand, and a jade sword slashed out, using the sword of invincible jade. Lu Yin opened his arms and aimed at the 2. His 10 fingers bent, and a boundless power swept out from the starry sky above his heart. It turned into 2 majestic forces that swept out, forcing Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao to endure. They could not maintain the direction of their attacks, but they were still in the primordial realm. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they did not reach the true limits of the universe, they would not be defeated so easily. A sword edge and a jade-green sword light approached. Lu Yin did not count on his celestial body to defeat the 2 of them. When he saw the 2 attacks approaching, he took a step forward and struck out with both palms. The power that had been suppressed in his palms was accompanied by the battle force of the palm realm. Tianxi's eyes went wide. Bang! Bang! He was courting death. The sound of something shattering filled the heavens as Lu Yin shattered Tianxi and Palace Mistress Yao's swords with a single palm strike. His palm force did not disperse and it landed on their bodies with a loud bang. The two of them were sent flying and they spat out blood. The space around them distorted and rippled. Lu Yin chased after them, and the soil around him turned into spears that stabbed towards the two of them. Palace Mistress Yao's jade water turned into a sword that knocked aside the soil spears. The sword spun and countless jade sword rays shot towards Lu Yin like raindrops. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the setting sun appeared. This was the setting sun, the setting sun. Palace Mistress Yao saw the beautiful setting sun burning the heavens and burning her martial arts. After so many years, every step that she had taken on the path of cultivation had been based on her martial arts. At this moment, as the setting sun burned, her martial arts burned as well. Her spiritual force, will, body, battle techniques and everything else vanished under the setting sun. Palace Mistress Yao spat out blood as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. Another intent realm battle technique. This person had actually comprehended two of them. On the surface, intent realm battle techniques were similar to the laws of sequence. They might be slightly more powerful than regular battle techniques, but the difference was not too great. Some people would rather cultivate the laws of sequence than waste their time on intent realm battle techniques. However, that was because their horizons were not broad enough. The true battlefield where intent realm battle techniques could be unleashed was the primordial realm. In the primordial realm, laws did not allow them to get close to each other. If their opponents were also in the primordial realm, both sides' laws would not allow them to get close to each other. The other factors that would determine victory were the physical body, spiritual force, thoughts and so on. This included intent realm battle techniques. Intent realm battle techniques were a force that shone brightly in the primordial realm. Thus, intent realm battle techniques were actually more difficult to comprehend than the laws of sequence. Since ancient times, legends had it that those who had comprehended intent realm battle techniques were worth just as much as the laws of sequence. Actually, in the eyes of many primordial realm experts, they would rather give up on the laws of sequence in order to comprehend intent realm battle techniques. Lu Yin's two intent realm battle techniques shocked Palace Mistress Yao greatly, while Lu Yin himself set his eyes on Tianxi. End of chapter. Chapter 3350. His hatred for the protectors of the four directions made him want to deal with Tianxi, the last protector of the four directions. Tianxi watched Lu Yin charge over and turned to leave. This person was too difficult to deal with and his sequence laws could not even approach him. Tianxi's innate gift allowed him to see through all attacks and cultivation methods, but this person's attacks were simple and crude. So what if he could see through them? If he couldn't block them, he couldn't block them. Furthermore, this person had the physical strength of his spiritualized weapon, the limitless green edge. Tianxi was completely suppressed by this person. Tianxi did not want to die as the Tianyuan universe would definitely be reactivated. Before that he would enter bitter adversity and after that he would find an opportunity to enter the eternal realm. That was his goal. He was the strongest person of his generation in the spiritualized universe, and he had been chosen as the protector of the four directions. He could not die here. Lu Yin had never thought that a mighty primordial realm expert would flee so decisively when he saw Tianxi turn around and flee. However, it was not easy for him to escape as the Tianyuan universe's experts had already arrived. The two Xianxians were restrained by the progenitor, while Jade Palace Head and Tianxi were tied down by Lu Yin. With Meng Sang's absence, the spiritualized universe's top experts were basically all gone. The Tianyuan universe's 3 realms, 6 Daoists, and 3 suns were enough to defeat them. Tianxi fled in the direction of the Tianyuan universe as he had no other choice. In another direction, Jade Palace Head landed on her battleship. Lu Yin looked over and their gazes met. The enormous Sky Devourer parasol opened, and it was completely different from the one Lu Yin had seen before. No one had been controlling it before and only Bao Qi had been on the battleship and he had just entered bitter adversity. Now Jade Palace Head was in charge. Inside the battleship, the spiritualized geniuses watched Lu Yin approach nervously. This person had given them a taste of death. They rarely experienced the kind of pressure that made them feel as if they were ordinary people facing a mountain. This group of people had seen Xianxia more than once, but Xianxia had never given them so much pressure. The entire battleship was silent and no one spoke. They all watched Lu Yin approach. The spiritualized experts who had already charged towards the Tianyuan cosmos did not dare to return. Even Tianxi had fled as he would die if he ran into Lu Yin. The experts who remained on the battleship did not dare to leave, including Palace Mistress Yao. They could only hope that the Sky Devourer Parasol would be able to protect the ship and that Sang Tian and the others would be able to defeat this powerful enemy. It was clearly the foundation of the sequence, and everyone in the spiritualized universe recognized this powerful guardian from the bottom of their hearts. But for some reason when they looked at Lu Yin they suddenly lost their confidence. Lu Yin stood outside the battleship, looking at Palace Mistress Yao through the Sky Devourer Parasol. Palace Mistress Yao had never thought that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was the #1 person below Sang Tian, and she could replace Sang Tian at any time. Her status in the spiritualized universe was extremely high, but she had been forced to retreat by a mere youth. Lu Yin's strength was something that she could not believe. No wonder this person could stop Bao Qi from attacking the entire battlefield and stop the chief guild master. The sequence particles that covered the entire starry sky were simply too majestic. However, it was still a far cry from the landscape painting at its peak. Lu Yin struck out with a palm at the battleship, and the terrifying force was constantly cancelled out when it came into contact with the Sky Devourer Parasol. These sequence particles were like intricate machinery, and they instantly disintegrated and cancelled out the force. Lu Yin tried to attack again, but the Sky Devourer Parasol that was being controlled by Palace Mistress Yao was not that easy to deal with. He wanted to grab the parasol like he had before, but this time the entire parasol seemed to have come to life and the sequence particles were constantly changing. The sequence particles shifted, forever blocking Lu Yin's path of attack. Palace Mistress Yao continuously unleashed her invincible jade swords. Although Lu Yin could block them after so many times, he began to feel apprehensive. There was a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction. In the distance, the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were working together to fight against the progenitor. The progenitor was powerful, but he had been underground in Primeval City for too long, and Lu Yin was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Since he could not take the Sky Devourer Parasol away and he could not board the battleship, then he would take everything with him. Lu Yin appeared on the other side of the battleship and raised his palms to strike the Sky Devourer Parasol. He then pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Within the battleship, a group of spiritualized geniuses were terrified. This person wants to capture all of us. It's over. This person's strength is terrifying. This battleship is made from the hardest and heaviest materials in our spiritualized universe. Rumor has it that even a powerhouse who specializes in Sequence 9 laws can't move it. This person can fight against Sang Tian. But Sang Tian might not be able to move it either. I don't want to be captured by the Tianyuan universe. Otherwise, even if our spiritualized universe wins, we won't be able to see it. Brothers, attack. For a moment, the group of elite geniuses on the battleship attacked, but their attacks were completely useless against Lu Yin, and he didn't even need to block them. These geniuses were only at the envoys level, and they were considered young because compared to half-progenitors and progenitors, which of these geniuses had not cultivated for a considerable period of time. From Lu Yin's point of view, they were similar to the 4 young ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. They were similar in age and cultivation, but the difference was in numbers. The Cosmic Tree sect had only had 4 young ancestors, but here there were dozens of them. Palace Mistress Yao barked, "Back down." The group of elites felt uneasy, but they could only retreat. The purple-haired girl and the others did not attack. No matter how desperate they were, they would not do something so laughable. From that person's point of view, their attacks were like ants baring their fangs at a dragon. It was a joke. Lu Yin pushed the battleship towards the stone door. Palace Mistress Yao arrived in front of Lu Yin. She was not far away from the Sky Devourer Parasol. Lu Yin's gaze was deep, filled with coldness and killing intent. Palace Mistress Yao sighed. "Master Lu, I'm impressed. I thought that we could sweep through the Tianyuan universe, but it seems like we underestimated you. If we had known earlier, we would have reinforced the consciousness universe. We wouldn't have been so passive." Lu Yin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. "My Tianyuan universe might not be able to withstand your spiritualized universe and be destroyed, but I won't see you guys again." These words made the elites within the battleship even more uneasy. They were here to reap glory and resources, not to die. Palace Mistress Yao watched as the battleship approached the stone door. She was abnormally calm and she spoke in a voice that only she and Lu Yin could hear. Master Lu, there are some methods that I don't intend to reveal. The humans of the Tianyuan universe have been fighting with the Eternals for so many years, and the humans themselves must have their own conflicts. It's the same in my spiritualized universe. Let's stop this battle. I promise that before the final outcome is decided, the ordinary people of the Tianyuan universe will not be implicated. How about it? Lu Yin was surprised. You still have methods? Palace Mistress Yao's expression was solemn. When we fought, did you see me use the sequence arts? It's not because I'm afraid of your ability to repel the sequence arts. It's because my sequence arts threaten someone, so it's inconvenient for me to use them. There are 88 sequence arts and the top 5 are called the absolute sequence. The one I cultivate is ranked 4th, absolute reversal. Master Lu, we can stop this battle. Lu Yin was surprised. Ranked 4th? This was indeed troublesome. You spiritualized universe people have a special characteristic. When you have the advantage, you want to crush everything. When you're at a disadvantage, you want to stop with a high and mighty attitude as if it's for our own good. In the past, I would have hated such an attitude, but now I can understand. If you want me to stop, sure, but try it. Let's see if absolute reversal can reverse this battle. Palace Mistress Yao sighed, her beautiful face causing the stars to dim. Around her, sequence particles appeared and followed the Sky Devourer Parasol's particles towards Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin wanted Palace Mistress Yao to try, that did not mean that he would accept it. The starry sky around his heart expanded, and the Sky Devourer Parasol's particles and Palace Mistress Yao's particles were repelled. No matter how powerful this sequence art was, it was useless if it could not touch him. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze was cold as she stepped into the Sky Devourer Parasol's particles. Jade water dripped from her palm, forming a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. Invincible Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin looked up and the Jade Water Sword instantly neared, stabbing towards his forehead. He flicked his finger and with a bang his strength forcefully deflected the sword light. Boundless strength astral body blasted over, forcing Palace Mistress Yao to retreat step by step. The terrifying strength almost caused her to stop breathing, and she could not help but loosen her grip. The sword light circled around and slashed towards Lu Yin from behind. At the same time she continuously dripped jade water, forming invincible jade water swords that rained down on Lu Yin. The same move had been used before, but Lu Yin's response was different. He used the Jade Sky Palace's characteristic of not wasting energy to transform the boundless strength astral body into countless finger attacks, using his Tao of Tianyi. The countless finger attacks collided with the rain-like invincible jade water swords, exploding on one side of the battleship and almost flipping it over. Lu Yin tapped out with a single word incarnation, Senior Yi's ultimate technique. This finger swept past the rain-like attacks and headed straight for Palace Mistress Yao's forehead. Her body was covered with particles, allowing Lu Yin's finger to land on her forehead. At the same time, Lu Yin also touched Palace Mistress Yao's particle. Lu Yin's heart sank. Something was wrong. This woman wanted to test his technique and allow him to hit her in exchange for touching her particle. Was she not afraid of death? Palace Mistress Yao's beautiful face shattered under this finger attack, and her forehead cracked open. It should have been a fatal injury, but Lu Yin saw a dense jade radiance continuously flicker, mending her forehead that was about to shatter. Lu Yin's expression changed. So that was how it was. This jade water's true purpose was not to use invincible jade water swords, but to heal. This was Palace Mistress Yao's spiritual weapon, and invincible jade water swords were just a facade used to numb the enemy. He had been misled by her and thought that he could kill her in one strike, but he had been tricked into touching her particle instead. Palace Mistress Yao's forehead recovered, and her eyes were filled with fear, joy, and excitement. Farewell, Master Lu. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yin suddenly felt as if the world was collapsing as a familiar force pressed down on him. Was this the overturning sky palm? He looked up, but there was nothing there. However, he had endured the might of the overturning sky palm. How could this be? Not only that, but his right shoulder had also cracked open and a clear palm print could be seen. This was his own palm's strength. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao. No wonder it was called absolute reversal. Chapter 3351. This sort of sequence law was actually grafting one's own injuries onto someone else's body. The injuries would definitely appear, but the location of the injuries could be changed. This was the ability that absolute reversal had bestowed upon Palace Mistress Yao. She truly deserved to be called number one under Xianxia. If not for the fact that she had yet to step into bitter adversity, Lu Yin felt that even the president might not have been able to gain an advantage over her. She gave Lu Yin a similar feeling to Primal Genesis. Primal Genesis was definitely stronger than the president. He had fought with Mr. Mu for countless years, and if not for that bell, Lu Yin would not have been able to defeat Primal Genesis. However, the president's power could be broken, and he had relied on the Sealed World Sequence Foundation. This woman could heavily injure him without relying on her sequence foundation, so she had to die. In front of Lu Yin, Palace Mistress Yao stabbed out with her sword. She was well aware of the severity of the damage that Lu Yin had suffered, and this was also the reason why she had chosen to fight with Lu Yin. She would not be injured and Lu Yin would not be injured by her sequence laws. Unfortunately, there was still one thing that she had not done, but it was not too late now. Her sequence particles spread out from the surroundings, but they were repelled by Lu Yin's heart and could not get close. Lu Yin grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's sword, and the sequence particles shot out like the invincible jade sword towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin was swept by the particles and Palace Mistress Yao's eyes went wide. Now was the moment and a small boat appeared. Lu Yin moved to the side to avoid the particles, and at the same time he grabbed Palace Mistress Yao's neck. She was shocked. You. Lu Yin exerted strength in his palm, and the force entered her body through her shoulder. There was a thump as the void trembled and countless spatial cracks spread out around them, shaking the entire boat away. Palace Mistress Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The particles that had covered her body were repelled by Lu Yin's heart. In the dark starry sky with the stone door as the background, Lu Yin grabbed Palace Master Yao's neck and lifted her up. He looked at her beautiful and pale face and his face darkened. Wherever you touch, there will be an absolute reversal of the injury. This is your sequence, right? The prerequisite is that you have to touch that place. Previously, I didn't only injure you with the heaven-flipping palm and the palm force on your right shoulder, but the wound on my right shoulder was very narrow. It was because your sequence particles didn't touch me in a large area. Just now, you wanted to touch my head with your sequence particles and let me experience the might of a finger that shattered my head. Do you really think you can do it? Your spiritualized universe does indeed have powerful sequence arts, but under the unified cultivation model, the traces of your attacks are too obvious. If both sides are equal in strength, our Tianyuan universe can beat you to a pulp. Palace Mistress Yao grabbed Lu Yin's hand as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the back of Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin was just about to kill Palace Mistress Yao when his heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance where the round-faced elder and Bao Qi were still locked in battle with the progenitor. He grabbed Palace Master Yao with one hand and pushed the battleship with the other. He pushed the battleship towards the stone door. The hearts of the spiritualized universe elites on the battleship sank completely. It was over. Even Palace Master Yao had been captured. Who else could save them? When Lu Yin pushed the battleship through the stone door, the spiritualized experts who were fighting with the cultivators from the Tianyuan universe were all shocked. They stared at Palace Mistress Yao, who had been grabbed by the neck by Lu Yin with one hand. Palace Mistress Yao was an absolute goddess in the spiritualized universe, and she was known as one of the Beyond Heaven's twin beauties. Her beauty was enough to topple the world and countless people yearned for her. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, she was also an absolute expert who was unreachable and had unparalleled arrogance. Yet someone like her had been grabbed by the neck and placed in a life-or-death situation. Palace Mistress Yao's face went pale, and she grabbed Lu Yin's arm tightly in an attempt to break free. However, she was unable to do so. Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to repel the laws. Even if Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his arm, it did not matter. He had not injured Palace Mistress Yao's left arm before, and the only thing that could injure him was his head. Unless Palace Mistress Yao's sequence particles could touch his head, she would not be able to turn the tables. Kill me. Palace Mistress Yao could not bear this humiliation. She was the palace mistress of the Jade Water Palace, and she had been treated with great respect by Yu Sang Tian. She was someone who could look down on the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, and a single word from her could end the lives of countless people. How could she be humiliated like this? Lu Yin pushed the battleship into the battlefield between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe ancestors and sequence law realm masters. Two spiritualized universe sequence law realm masters immediately tried to save Palace Mistress Yao, but they were easily killed by Lu Yin. He did not even need to move as the soil spear pierced through them, staining the sky with blood. I want to see how many people are willing to die to save you. Your spiritualized universe does not care about the lives of the people of the Tianyuan universe. You think that you can control us and restart the universe so that we will all die? Today I can control your life and death. Tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Yin suddenly stared into Palace Mistress Yao's eyes. I can also control the life and death of your spiritualized universe. Restart the universe or spiritualize the universe. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. This person was a madman. He actually wanted to restart the spiritualized universe? How dare he? How dare he? Did he not know the difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe? Once Lord Yu Sang-Tian led the 7 Sang-Tians here, the Tianyuan universe would be finished. If they had not been delayed by the consciousness universe, they would not have only sent so few people. There was also Wu Shangji, who was in existence that even she had never seen before. How dare this person think this way? The soil spear pierced through the body of a progenitor. It was a very young-looking man, and even before he died, his eyes were filled with adoration for Palace Mistress Yao. Lu Yin had used Palace Mistress Yao as bait to bait those who wanted to save her. It was very cruel, and if this scene spread to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin would definitely be cursed by everyone there. But from the standpoint of the Tianyuan universe, it only brought about excitement and encouragement. This was war. There was no right or wrong, only life and death. Astral 10 had been massacred, and Lu Yin's bottom line had been broken. His perseverance had been laughable during the war, but since that was the case, he would leave this perseverance and bottom line for the Tianyuan universe and those who were worthy of staying. There was no need to leave this bottom line for the spiritualized universe invaders. Otherwise, the dead souls of the Tianyuan universe would cry. In the distance, the progenitor looked over. In just a few hundred years of cultivation, this child had reached unprecedented heights. However, his temperament still needed to be polished. Kindness was not desirable and neither was evil. Juzi, there were many times when the most difficult thing for a person was not to live or die but to make a choice. One's future was up to one's self to choose. Preserve a bit of kindness and leave evil to your enemies. This was the path that most cultivators took. Lu Yin still needed time to polish himself. But from the looks of it, things were going well. The round-faced elder and Bao Qi looked into the distance. Palace Mistress Yao's miserable state made them realize that the situation was hopeless. The battleship had been captured by Lu Yin, and with the progenitor blocking the way, they could not save her. If they continued to fight blindly, more and more spiritualized experts would die. At this moment, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round-faced elder was filled with regret. He should not have provoked Lu Yin. He had overestimated Lu Yin's temperament. Just a few human lives had caused this child to go crazy. The more talented a cultivator was, the more human they were. This was because they had only cultivated for a short period of time. As for Sang-Tian, they had cultivated for so long that they had become numb to it. This child was clearly a normal person. How badly had that bastard Meng Sang been injured? He had not even participated in such a huge battle, and his 8 had even been snatched away. And where was that old man, primordial origin? Zhang Yan and the Eternals were nowhere to be seen. Had they all died? We can't do this. Bao Qi, scatter and wait for reinforcements, the round-faced elder transmitted. Bao Qi grinned and roared. The cauldron bell vibrated, and a silent power spread through the heavens, dyeing them black. That was the void realm appearing and spreading towards the progenitor. The progenitor glanced at the cauldron bell from time to time. These sequence bases were really troublesome. Although the sequence particles could not get close to him with the sequence particles' support, their destructive power was so great that even the progenitor was afraid. Wait, they wanted to run. The sealed realm emerged from the stone door, bringing along the 6 specks of inception dust as it flew towards them. The round-faced elder grabbed the sealed realm and tore through the void to leave. At the same time, Bao Qi roared, Everyone scatter and hide. Wait for reinforcements. With that he tore through the void and left as well. The spiritualized universe's people were not stupid, and many of their experts had already fled. Now that Xianxia had escaped, the remaining cultivators hurriedly left. But how could the Tianyuan universe's experts tolerate this? Once they were caught in a battle, they would not be able to escape unless they put some distance between them. This was especially true when Lu Yin used his earthen spear to cover the entire sky and attack the entire battlefield. The spiritualized cultivators were killed one after another, and their corpses fell to the ground. Chu Yi, Hongyan Mavis, and the other experts took this opportunity to deal with their opponents. They were all cultivators of the sequence bases, and although they could not compare to the spiritualized universe's cultivators, it would still take them some time to deal with them. Not long after, the border of the Tianyuan universe quieted down, and the stone door was stained with blood. Many corpses floated in the heavens. Most of them were spiritualized cultivators, while some were from the Tianyuan universe. Fortunately, they had a great advantage in this battle, and not many people from the Tianyuan universe had died, unlike the previous battle where so many had died. These corpses were left for Yiju. Palace Mistress Yao had been caught by Lu Yin and knocked unconscious. This woman seemed to be quite valuable, and she would make a good bait. Whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they were humans, they would have emotions. Using emotions was one of the methods of war. The primogenitor left in exchange for Mr. Mu. Lu Yin had fought to his heart's content this time. Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Yao and the battleship back to the Above Heaven sect. With Palace Mistress Yao captured, there was no one to control the Sky Devourer parasol, and Lu Yin could easily pull it out. However, in the battle just now, pushing the battleship forward was clearly more intimidating. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin pulled out the Sky Devourer parasol under the horrified gazes of the elites on the battleship. This sequence base had returned to Lu Yin after a period of time. Currently, there were 3 sequence bases suppressed in the void of space in Lu Yin's heart. They were the Xianxia painting, the 8, and the Sky Devourer parasol. After breaking down these 3 sequence bases, the number of particles in the sequence bases was enough to shock the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin wondered what the spiritualized universe would think after losing 3 sequence bases. End of chapter. Chapter 3352. At first, the Above the Sky sect had kept the war front a secret, but as the war spread and Meng Sang's massacre of Astral 10, the news gradually leaked out. Now that the war front had been won, Lu Yin did not want others to speculate, so he announced the war to the entire universe. Even though everyone was shocked by the invasion of the other universes, the news of the first victory excited everyone. No matter what the outcome of the war was, they would fight to the end. There would definitely be fear, but if they could not avoid it, they would have to fight to the death. Lu Yin tossed the spiritualized geniuses into the 5th pagoda and made them part of his inheritance. Anyone who entered the 5th pagoda could challenge them and familiarize themselves with the spiritualized universe's cultivation. These geniuses were only worth this much, and it was impossible to learn much about the spiritualized universe from them. Lu Yin did not plan on interrogating these people at all. He had a simpler method, which was to have them cultivate a unique power and then roll his die to fuse with them and read their memories. Just like with Furball and Xianxia, the memories would not be fake and it would be much more efficient than interrogating them. Palace Mistress Yao was different. She was unmoved by force or persuasion, and she was not afraid of death. She also did not cultivate any power. Compared to her, Primordial Fiend was much more obedient and would answer any questions. In his own words, the Tianyuan universe would definitely be defeated, and he hoped to survive until then. As for the information about the spiritualized universe that he leaked, he did not care about how much trouble or loss it would bring to the spiritualized universe. Although the spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method, it was precisely because this method was too fixed that the resources were also fixed. It was even harder for the spiritualized universe to obtain resources than the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe, and the competition for benefits was also more intense. Zhang Yan had given up on saving Primordial Fiend in order to obtain Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had seen through some of the spiritualized universe's secrets. Just as Wang Wen had said, this was because the cultivation culture of each universe was different. If one wanted to win the war, one had to consider not just strength but also the cultivation culture. This often had miraculous effects, and Lu Yin called it a strategic attack. The Tianyuan universe constantly sent out experts to hunt down the spiritualized cultivators that had escaped. Lu Yin was not worried that these cultivators would kill the innocent, as they had only escaped because they wanted to wait for reinforcements. During this time they would try their best to hide and not be surrounded. What Lu Yin and the others needed to do now was to ferret these people out. It's very difficult. They're all experts. Searching aimlessly is harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Wen felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin sat by the stone table and laughed. I've always felt that nothing can stump you. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. You think too highly of me. I'm not even an envoy and I barely managed to break through to the Enlighter realm. Right now I'm facing at least a progenitor, so how can I do anything? You should look for Wei Rong. That guy is famous for his treachery. Although he isn't strong, no one in the Above Heaven sect dares to offend him. No one knows when that guy will plot against you. Lu Yin recalled the battle with the spiritualized universe and Wei Rong's arrangements, and he nodded in agreement. To be honest, he didn't know how Wei Rong had thought of this. The setup was very simple, extremely simple. The difficult part was why he had made such a setup at that time. What was the meaning behind it? For whom? What was the point of preparing? None of these questions could be answered, but Wei Rong had done it anyway. He had directed and acted out a play. Perhaps no one would ever see this play, but he had done it very seriously. Wei Rong's most treacherous part is his setup. It's not for the present but for the future. Wang Wen looked at the surface of the lake. If a person wants to fish, they will only fish when they feel like it, whether it's out of interest or hunger. Wei Rong was nothing. He had no interest in fishing, nor was he hungry, but he still went to fish. No one could understand why he did it until one day, a bored person came and made a promise that he could exchange the fish in the lake for treasures. No one knew that such a thing would happen, and no one could have imagined that such a thing would happen. Wei Rong eventually became the person with the most treasures, and he almost emptied that bored person's treasures because he had long since started fishing for a blank future. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared, but the chances are too slim. Who knows where they will be? Wei Rong is like a fish that can be fished. He cast a wide net and he will always be able to catch one. All he has to do is spend his time doing something boring. At this point he looked at Wang Wen. What about you? How will you seize the opportunity? Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I like to wait for opportunities to come to me. Those who are willing to take the bait. Lu Yin laughed. Then let Wei Rong catch the rats. The words "catch the rats" suddenly appeared in the Tianyuan universe. This news had spread from the Above Heaven sect, and it quickly spread throughout the various parallel universes of the Tianyuan universe. Countless people were excited as the rats referred to the powerhouses from the spiritualized universe that had escaped. Even progenitors, those who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and even those who had reached the level of Xianxia had been called rats. Countless people in the Tianyuan universe cheered for Master Lu's name. It was as if they could see the day when the Tianyuan universe completely defeated the spiritualized universe. In the deep universe, the sky was filled with stars. Stone houses were arranged in an irregular manner in the desert. Although they seemed irregular, if one observed carefully, they would discover that these stone houses corresponded to the stars in the night sky. It was as if the stars had been moved down horizontally. With the night sky and the desert as two sides, the stars that could be seen from one side of the desert would also be seen from the other side. This was a planet that belonged to an ancient civilization, and it was located in an unknown spacetime. The people here believed in the stars, and regardless of whether it was the layout of the houses or the battle arrays, everything had to correspond to the stars. On the roof of one of the stone houses, a figure with golden and dark red light swirling around him looked up. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly the starry sky was distorted and someone arrived. Several stone houses around lit up and many people looked over. Why don't you help? The newcomer asked. Who is Tianxi? He had escaped from the battlefield at the border of the Tianyuan universe and found this place. He looked at the one true God in front of him. The one true God was still looking at the night sky. I am not from your spiritualized universe. But we are cooperating, Tianxi said. The one true God did not speak. Tianxi's face darkened. The war was defeated and Xianxia fled. Do you know what the sect above heaven said? They said they wanted to catch rats. What a joke. The people of our spiritualized universe are called rats. The one true God turned to look at Tianxi. Isn't that the case? Tianxi's eyes widened. Eternal. Don't forget that restarting the Tianyuan universe is not only our spiritualized universe's business, but also yours. If you want to enter the eternal realm, you have to restart the Tianyuan universe. For this, how can our spiritualized universe help you? From the beginning, Sang Tian Zhan Yen Black and White Godless helped you deal with this place. As for the people of the universe, your eternal race can't deal with Lu Yin's sect above heaven. That is not our spiritualized universe's business. If you could help in the battle at the border, the result would be different. The one true God said calmly, you said it yourself. If I could help. Only then did Tianxi notice the light flowing around the one true God's body. He frowned. This is. The one true God smiled. A gift from Tai Hong. What do you think? Is this the reason for your failure? Tai Hong is not easy to deal with. She used her own life to set up this seal for me. It is not easy to break. Tianxi did not believe him. Tai Hong, that woman, is willing to sacrifice herself? The one true God said calmly, you underestimate Tai Hong. Or rather, you overestimate her. Her persistence is deeper than you think. Tianxi was helpless. The one true God could not help. There was no one in this universe who could deal with the primogenitor. Half of the spiritualized universe's power is in the universe of consciousness. Even if they send reinforcements here, there will not be many masters. That Lu Yin cultivated for only 100 years to reach his current level. Who knows what level he will reach if he is given more time. There are also the 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords. They may break through at any time. Not to mention the biggest advantage of the Tianyuan universe compared to the spiritualized universe is time. There is a mirage here. Even if it is only a few decades, the changes brought to the Tianyuan universe will make the spiritualized universe helpless. At this time, Master Greengrass should help. Suddenly he paused. He did not dare to say anything more. The one true God's gaze enveloped him. Tianxi felt a chill. There are some things that can be said and some that cannot. You understand? The one true God's voice rang in Tianxi's ears. Tianxi looked around. He Wuxian and the others were not around. He needed to send them away to talk to the one true God. If we can't break out of this situation, what's the point of everything in the past? Tianxi was unwilling to give up. The one true God's gaze turned cold. The spiritualized universe did not lose much. So far, only some progenitor realm and sequence rules have died. None of Sang Tian died. When your reinforcements arrive, I will remove Tai Hong's seal. No matter how strong the Tianyuan universe becomes, it will be useless. It will be best if that Yu Sang Tian can come. Tianxi was certain. Yu Sang Tian will definitely come. Oh. The one true God did not understand. Tianxi sneered. Lu Yin is too smart for his own good. In the battle at the border, he used Palace Master Yao to threaten the spiritualized universe's practitioners. Now Palace Master Yao's life is in his hands. No one knows whether she is dead or alive. For Palace Master Yao, Yu Sang Tian will definitely come. It's good. Yu Sang Tian, me and a few Sang Tians will not be afraid of the Tianyuan universe. The one true God said. After that, he looked in one direction. Yan Gang King Qing come out. Tianxi followed the one true God's gaze and saw 2 men walking out. One was ordinary with no cultivation, but the other made Tianxi's gaze turn cold. He looked at King Qing. Was this a corpse king of the eternal race? But he gave him a different feeling. How should he put it? Compared to the corpse kings of the eternal race, he was more elegant and had an indescribable arrogance. He had never seen this kind of arrogance in any of the eternal race's masters, including the 3 masters and the 6 boundless gods. It was a different kind of arrogance. It was like when he first came to the Tianyuan universe, he calculated this universe with a superior attitude. In his eyes, the Tianyuan universe would definitely be restarted and the strongest master of this universe would be killed by him. Chapter 3353. It was this kind of arrogance, the arrogance that truly overlooked this part of the universe. Where did a corpse king get such arrogance from? Milord. Yan Gang and Prince Qing bowed in unison. The only true God looked at Tianxi. Do you know about the worm nest? Tianxi nodded. I've heard of it. It's a kind of civilization inheritance that has caused the sect of heaven to mobilize a large number of people. When they encounter a worm's nest, they must destroy it. But I don't know much about it. Explain the bug nest properly. The only true God ordered. Yan Gang looked at Tianxi and slowly explained the situation of the hive. The more Tianxi listened, the more shocked he was. How could there be such a civilization? There were endless bugs and they were all very powerful. They could even destroy the inheritance of intelligent civilizations. Especially the last type of bug. Was it called the Green Immortal? His talent was top-notch and he could change his form to adapt to the current environment of the universe. This feeling was very similar to the spirit molting of the spiritualized universe. Spirit molting was also an important factor in choosing one's form based on one's cultivation strength and future direction. Yan Gang finished speaking quickly. He did not know who Tianxi was, but this person gave him a feeling that he did not dare to look directly at him. He was an absolute expert like a god. Tianxi sized up Prince Qing. This was Zhou Xian. It was originally an insect, but it could actually become a corpse king? How do you feel? The only true god asked. Tianxi sighed. It's a very powerful civilization, but it's useless no matter how many of them there are. Numbers can't decide everything. The threat these worms bring is the same as their race. They're just worms. Lord Qing looked up at Tianxi with a calm expression. Tianxi and King Qing looked at each other and didn't care. No matter how talented Zhou Xian is, there will be a limit. Every species has a limit except for us humans. The one true god smiled. To spiritualized universes, the insectoid hive civilization is not a threat. Those insects cannot cross the entire universe, but to the Tianyuan universe they are a huge threat. This is especially so for someone like Lu Yin who cares about the lives of ordinary people. The insectoid hive is a fatal threat to him, which is why the sect above heaven has placed a large portion of their efforts on the insectoid hive. Where did the hive civilization come from? This universe developed on its own? Tianxi was puzzled. The one true god said, perhaps. There are too many parallel universes. Since the heavenly sect established by humans can appear, the insectoid nest civilization can also appear. Tianxi did not feel too conflicted. You want to use the worm nest to delay the development of the above heaven sect until we send reinforcements? That's right. If we join forces with you now, at most both sides will suffer losses. However, as long as we make good use of the insect nest, although the endless insects won't be able to destroy the humans, they can effectively stall them. It won't be easy for the humans to exterminate the insects. During this time I've been spreading the insects around to distract the humans. Good idea, Tianxi praised. He also didn't want to fight to the death with the heaven above heaven sect. It would be best if this was the case. The one true god suddenly asked, when will reinforcements from the spiritualized universe arrive? Tianxi's eyes flashed. I'm not sure. It depends on Yu Sangtian's arrangement. The one true god retracted his gaze and stopped talking. Tianxi was still sizing up King Qing when he suddenly thought of something. Where is Yuanji? Why didn't he show up? Only the forgetful ruins deity Wang Xiaoyu and Zhang Yan knew that Zhang Yan had been killed. Now, outside of the above heaven, only the one true god and the others knew what had happened to Origin Qi. He is planning something else, the Mirage Domain, the only true god said. Tianxi's eyes widened. Mirage Domain? Can he find it? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of course he can. Yuanqi is smarter than you think. Yu Sangtian asked me to help me break into Taiga City, but he took the opportunity to look for the Mirage Domain. He couldn't find it at first, neither could you or I. But Lu Yin entered the Mirage Domain several times and he finally found it. The only true god looked at the vast night sky dotted with stars. Once he enters the Mirage Domain, no one knows what he will do. Where is he? Tianxi asked hurriedly. The only true god frowned and said nothing. Tianxi stared at the only true god. Where is Yuanji? What do you want to do? Enter the Mirage Domain. Why? You don't want to enter the Mirage Domain? The only true god laughed. There is no time flow in the Mirage Domain. This is meaningless to me. As for those forbidden places, I don't plan to go there. Tianxi squinted his eyes. Rumor has it that there is a path to immortality in the forbidden places. Aren't you interested? The only true god shook his head. The path to immortality is created by oneself. No one will put it in front of you. Besides, he looked at Tianxi. You are in the primordial realm. It is useless even if you go there. I owe you a favor. I will do anything you want me to do in the future. Help me find Yuanqi. No, help me enter the Mirage Domain, Tianxi said solemnly. The only true god did not understand. Why do you have to enter the Mirage domain? Tianxi said in a low voice, I have my purpose. The only true God looked at Tianxi for a while. I can help you enter the Mirage domain, but there is a condition. Say it. Lend me the turbid treasure. Tianxi was shocked. What did you say? The only true God put his hands behind his back. You should know that I care about the turbid treasure very much. But don't worry. I just want to have a look. No. Tianxi refused directly. The only true God did not care. Then you can find Xianxia yourself. Tianxi gritted his teeth. You have always wanted to get Jiang Feng's 3 artifacts because they are also turbid treasures. Turbid treasures are just external objects. Why do you care so much? The only true God did not speak. He closed his eyes as if he was sensing heaven and earth. If the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe go to war, I will step into the bitter adversity if I have no choice. A powerhouse who can cross the bitter adversity is much more helpful to you than a turbid treasure. Besides, you are just borrowing it. The spiritualized universe will restart the Tianyuan universe. I will also step into the position of Mulberry Heaven. In the future I can even help you fight for the position of Mulberry Heaven. This is my promise to you, Tianxi continued. The only true God still did not speak. Tianxi said helplessly, I can only look but not touch. When I see Xianxia you have to return the turbid treasure to me. The only true God opened his eyes. Okay. Tianxi hesitated for a moment and took out a flame from his body. In the battle of the second disaster domain, Tianxi had used the flame to fight. But the flame had never appeared in the subsequent battles. This was his turbid treasure. The flame lit up the night sky. The whole planet was as bright as day. This abnormal phenomenon made everyone on the planet come out. They knelt on the ground and prayed to the stars. The only true God looked at the flame with bright eyes. What can it do? Give me one more chance to spiritual molt, Tianxi said in a low voice. The only true God's eyes widened. One more chance to spiritual molt? Tianxi took a deep breath. You should know what one more chance to spiritual molt will do to us people from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe used spiritual seeds to start spiritual cultivation and finally achieved spiritual molt. That was a qualitative change. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Some talented practitioners could obtain spiritualized talents or weapons during spiritual molt. Tianxi's turbid treasure was the 3-foot green sword. No distance. 3-foot distance was not considered distance. It was enough to convince people. However, it was a spiritualized weapon. Xianxia's bell, the round-faced elder's golden pen, Bao Qi's mimicry, Mingsang's nightmare and Palace Master Yao's clear water were all spiritualized weapons or talents. They were the symbols of the spiritualized universe's powerhouses. Tianxi had reached the level second only to Mulberry Heaven. If he had one more spiritualized weapon or talent, his strength would surpass Palace Master Yao. The only true God praised him. No wonder you have the confidence to succeed Mulberry Heaven. Tianxi couldn't help but feel proud. Zhang Yan wanted to take Mulberry Heaven's position by relying on Xianxia. Palace Master Yao thought she was the best under Mulberry Heaven. They didn't know I was the one who could succeed Mulberry Heaven. I was the strongest in the spiritualized universe. I could be. He paused again as if there was an invisible force suppressing him. The only true God looked at the light flame in surprise. Forgetting Ruins. The god of Forgetting Ruins walked out. My lord. Take him to Xianxia. Xianxia won't refuse to let him enter the mirage with Xianxia with my favor. The only true God said. The god of Forgetting Ruins looked at Tianxi and bowed slowly. Yes, my lord. Tianxi was curious. Your favor? The only true God stared at the light flame. Don't worry. Xianxia will take you into the mirage. Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He left with the god of Forgetting Ruins. After they left, the only true God looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Under the stars, the god of Forgetting Ruins took Tianxi in a direction. Tianxi was confused. Xianxia is in this time and space. The god of Forgetting Ruins smiled. What do you think? If you don't go with him, how can you guarantee your safety? You can't use your strength. Tianxi thought of the golden light that enveloped the only true God, and the shadow of the great heavenly master appeared in his mind. He did not expect that Tai Hong would sacrifice himself. I heard that you are called rats. Interesting, the god of Forgetting Ruins suddenly said with a smile. Tianxi's face turned cold. The pressure of the primordial realm came and pressed on the god of forgetting ruins. What did you say? The god of forgetting ruins' face changed and became pale. He said in awe, I'm sorry. Tianxi's tone was cold. If this happens again, even the eternity can't protect you. The god of forgetting ruins hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Then he led the way. Tianxi was cold and arrogant. The 7 heavenly gods could only be submissive in front of him. Soon the two stopped in the starry sky. The god of forgetting ruins looked around. Tianxi frowned. Where is Yuanqi? It should be here. I found it. She pointed in a direction and took a step forward. She landed on a meteorite. Tianxi landed at the same time. The moment he touched the meteorite, his mind went blank and he forgot everything. The god of forgetting ruins' face changed. He stared at Tianxi like an abyss. The real god's freedom technique. Lanterns appeared around Tianxi and they sang sorrowful songs. Tianxi only forgot for a moment and recovered immediately. He stared at the god of forgetting ruins with murderous intent in his eyes. He stabbed out with his sword. How dare you? The god of forgetting ruins smiled with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and broke the lantern. Tianxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, black lines circled around him. They came from Wuxia and entered Tianxi's mouth the moment he spat out blood. Tianxi was shocked. He slashed his sword upward and cut off the lines. At the same time, the god of forgetting ruins cut off another lantern. End of chapter. Chapter 3354. Tianxi waved his sword and tore through the void, trying to force the two back. 2 7 sky gods worked together, sneak attacked, and used the freedom technique of the true god. Even he found it difficult to deal with them. Now he could only run. Tianxi's body surged and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, he could not control his body. He opened his mouth and a black line flew out of his mouth, bringing out an inconspicuous seed. The god of forgetfulness struck at Tianxi, using the art of forgetfulness. Tianxi was in the primordial realm, so the rules could not get close to him. However, the god of forgetfulness and Wuxia did not use the sequence particles. Faced with the god of forgetfulness's strike, the sequence particles spread before Tianxi, and the art of forgetfulness disappeared. The god of forgetfulness and Wuxia retreated together. See you later, rat. Tianxi was furious. He gripped his sword and chased after them. Behind him, several figures appeared. Tianxi and the god of forgetfulness looked over. Xiaxia, I'll leave this rat to you. The god of forgetfulness turned and left. The black line in Wuxia's eyes streaked across the starry sky, splitting it into two. Tianxi cut the line with his sword. Behind him, the god of forgetfulness, who had just disappeared, reappeared with his art of forgetfulness. It struck the starry sky and there was no one there. This was Tianxi's sequence rule, stacking. It could stack the enemy's attack. Once it was stacked, the enemy's attack would disappear immediately, and Tianxi would release it when he wanted. He could also stack his own power to increase his destructive power. The god of forgetfulness and Wuxia fled, cutting off the last lantern before they left. No matter how unwilling Tianxi was, he could not chase after them. He wanted to escape, but the moment the lantern was cut off, he coughed up blood again. He could not block the freedom technique of the true god. It was also at this moment that Ancestor Qin and the others caught up with him. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword blade directly. Tianxi's sword blade pierced Ancestor Ku's palm. Ancestor Ku grasped Tianxi's sword hilt tightly with his pierced palm. Behind Tianxi, Ancestor Qin struck a palm. Tianxi hurriedly blocked with the sequence particles, but the sequence particles were all used by the consecutive palms. They stacked at Tianxi's back and broke his body. Bang! Ku Zu bent his sword and broke it. He held the broken sword and slashed across. Tianxi stood where he was in a daze. Blood spurted out from his neck. He swayed and fell to the ground. The whole process was clean and efficient. Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Ku seemed to have worked together for countless years. They defeated Tianxi with brute force. Looking at Tianxi lying on the ground, Ancestor Qin turned and chased after the god of forgotten ruins. However, the god of forgotten ruins, the one true god, and the others had already left this spacetime and disappeared. My lord, Tianxi should be in the hands of the above heaven sect. He can't escape, the god of forgotten ruins said. At the same time, Wuxia passed the inconspicuous seed from Tianxi's body to the one true god. The only true deity took it. This is his turbid treasure. He thinks he's smart, but he's not stupid. Although that flame is fake, its use is real. This seed can allow him to shed his spirit once more. Interesting. A turbid treasure born in accordance with the universe? Who has been to the beginning of the long river of time, to the beginning of the universe? As he muttered to himself, he recalled the phenomenon of Lu Yin's breakthrough, the huge tree and the turbid treasures hanging on it. What exactly is Lu Yin's secret? Lu Yin's appearance had caused a huge change in the situation, but perhaps this change was what should have happened. The main hall of the Above Heaven sect was shrouded in a murderous aura. Wu Tian, Hongyan, Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others were all there, staring at Tianxi with murderous eyes. When they learned that, they came after Tianxi was captured and brought to the Above Heaven sect. Tianxi was one of the people who plotted against the ancestor. Although the ancestor was conferred the title of Grass Master in the end, Tianxi and the other guardians were also the culprits. The other three were dead and only Tianxi was captured. Tianxi lay on the ground looking at the ground. The gazes around him made him feel as if he was pierced by countless sharp blades. How could this be? Why did the Eternal Tribe betray him? They couldn't have cooperated with the Above Heaven sect. They should be mortal enemies. Why, damn it. If not for the Eternal Tribe, he wouldn't have been discovered. Lu Yin sat on the seat of honor and looked at Tianxi calmly. Rat, I caught one. Tianxi gritted his teeth, looked up and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Plotting against the ancestor and oppressing humans. Tianxi, how do you want to die? Tianxi's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Beside him, Sapphire Zhou said, This day has finally come. Tianxi, can you imagine how much I hated you when I was sealed in Tianfeng's body and suffered the torture of being skinned alive and disfigured? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The other three died too easily. Wu Tian said in a low voice, We can take revenge for Master's murder. The guardians of the four guardians of the Tianyuan universe are actually enemies. What a joke. Hongyan Mavis sneered. Tianxi listened to their words and felt his body grow numb. Blood flowed from his neck and dyed the ground red. He spoke with difficulty and said in a hoarse voice, I'm from the spiritualized universe. We're enemies. Lu Yin looked at him. You're enemies with us. What about the Eternal Tribe? Tianxi's eyes were filled with hatred. The Eternal Tribe had betrayed him. The Eternal Tribe cooperated with you. You even sent Sang Tian to help him, but he betrayed you in the end. I'm curious about the reason, Lu Yin asked. The others were curious as well. Logically, the Eternal Tribe shouldn't have betrayed Tianxi, but it was obvious that Tianxi had been injured by the god of Forgotten Ruins and He Wuxian. That was why Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku had found the opportunity to capture him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to stop a primordial realm expert from escaping. Lu Yin couldn't even stop Tianxi at the border battlefield. Master Lu, I don't want to die. I attacked the Tianyuan universe because of our position. I'm not a traitor and I didn't kill the innocent people of your universe. Tianxi gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. I can help you deal with the Eternal Tribe. They don't have many people left. Oh, there's also a hive that gave birth to Xian. He's called Qing Wang, a corpse king. Lu Yin was surprised. Corpse king Xian? Wu Tian and the others were surprised. A corpse king had appeared. Tianxi said, Yes, a corpse king. The Eternal Tribe is teaching him the battle techniques of the Eternal Tribe. He's being controlled by someone called Yan Gang. They're the only ones left. I can help you deal with them. Yan Gang? Lu Yin frowned. What a familiar name. Yan Gang? Is that the name of the person who can control the hive? What's his cultivation level? Great Elder Shangu came and asked. As long as a hive appeared, he would be concerned. Tianxi said, He's just an ordinary person to us. We can kill him with a look. We don't care. Great Elder Shangu frowned. This is troublesome. Tianxi didn't understand. Why would the weak be troublesome? Great Elder Shangu looked at Lu Yin. The true master of the hive has never been a human. It's the immortal master. The hive's master is Xian. As long as Xian is born, the master of the hive is no longer important. Song Xiaoxue gave birth to Xian. Whether she was willing or not, Brocade Azura appeared. In the end we found her. Brocade Azura appeared because of Xian. I suspect that Xian deliberately used Song Xiaoxue as bait. Yan Gang is no exception. Xian, who he gave birth to, couldn't be controlled by him. There's only one reason why she could be controlled. That Xian was pretending. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Xian was born to face the Eternals. She knew that she was no match for them, but she didn't want to be controlled or killed by the Eternals. Therefore she purposely admitted that she was controlled by Yan Gang. She used Yan Gang to numb the Eternals so that she could find a chance to escape. The worst-case scenario is that she didn't plan to escape. She just followed the one true God and learned the battle techniques of the Eternals. Because she was a corpse king, she was most suitable for the power of the Eternals. She was naturally trusted by the one true God. Yan Gang was just a cover. Jialan Jilua was puzzled. It's just a bug. Is it really that smart? What betraying Zhang Xiaoxue and using Yan Gang as a cover? Is that true? Great Elder Shangu was very serious. Never underestimate Xian. Any Xian can bring an irreversible disaster to the human race. Tianxi didn't quite believe it. But thinking about Yan Gang's strength, how could King Qing be controlled by that trash? It was believable. The celestial sect's fear of the hive was greater than he had imagined. Could that hive really bring about a disaster? Tianxi was not stupid to be able to cultivate to his current level. He was also not blindly arrogant. However, Yan Gang's description of the hive was just a special characteristic of the hive. What Great Elder Shangu told Lu Yin was a fact that had happened before. The two were completely different. In Tianxi's opinion, no matter what, could Xian cultivate to Sang Tian's level? If she did not reach that level, she would never be a threat to the human race. And in Great Elder Shangu's opinion, Xian had limitless possibilities. This was because they had indeed reached a certain level in the third stronghold. Tianxi did not care because he did not care about the spiritualized universe. No matter what happened to this universe, it would eventually be rebooted. Right now he just wanted to live. They had paid a huge price to restart the Tianyuan universe. They would not be satisfied if they died just like that. Sometimes it was not because they were afraid of death but because they were unwilling to die. It was already known that the one true God had a hive, but what surprised everyone was that Xian had actually appeared in the form of a corpse king. If Great Elder Shangu's guess was true, then it meant that Xian was extremely intelligent. It could be considered to have verified Great Elder Shangu's words. Lu Yin was still immersed in Yan Gang's name. He felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yan Gang, Yan Gang, Yan Gang. At his cultivation level, if this name sounded familiar, then he must have come into contact with it before. The surroundings quieted down as everyone could tell what Lu Yin was thinking. Tianxi did not speak either. Lu Yin closed his eyes and recalled the past. Suddenly his eyes opened. It's him. He remembered now. Yan Gang was a subordinate of Yan Feng, the young master of the heavenly Yan tribe on Fire's Melt planet. He had participated in Earth's apocalypse and had a conflict with Lu Yin. He was one of Lu Yin's first enemies on the path of cultivation. However, after Lu Yin had dealt with Yan Feng and destroyed Fire's Melt planet, this name had faded from his mind. Not only Yan Gang but even Yan Feng and his father Yan Wuxia had gradually forgotten about him. Yan Gang was an enemy from 100 years ago. Who would have thought that he would appear again today?